Chapter 426. Shining ate very quickly. Perhaps because she had not eaten for 2 meals, in less than 20 minutes, all that was left of the table was soup. I Ching stepped forward and waved his hand, clearing the table full of plates. He calmly placed a new set of dishes on the table and turned back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Perhaps because the other party was enjoying the food too much, Lone Moon, who had been sitting opposite her for a long time, could not help but reach out with his chopsticks to pick up a piece. He had just opened his mouth, but before he could put it into his mouth, he felt a tearing pain coming from the side of his face. He cried out for the umpteenth time, "Ow, ow, 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 ow." Lone Moon threw down his chopsticks and covered his swollen face. He sucked in a breath of cold air and glared at the person in front of him resentfully. "You clearly know that this injury can't be healed using immortal spells. Can't you be gentler?" He wondered if his face would be disfigured. Shining swallowed the food in her mouth and glanced at him coldly. She snorted and said, "If I didn't do that, the invaders would not have left your bodies. Based on your abilities, you would not be able to get your bodies back even if you were given another 500 years. What's more, you weaklings who could not even withstand the erosion of consciousness, how dare you ask me to be gentler? Weak chicken Lone Moon, weak chicken Celestial Emperor, weak chicken Sky Fiend." She made so much sense that they were speechless. Exalted. Exalted goddess. Seeing that Lone Moon's face was even more swollen, Little Black could not help but ask weakly, "Those things, what exactly were they? Why could they control our bodies so easily?" And that was not possession at all. It was more like their bodies were being squeezed by something else for no reason. It could even affect their primordial spirits. The longer that thing was in their bodies, the weaker their primordial spirits became. Although they were fine now, each of them could clearly feel that their cultivation levels had dropped. "With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain it to you." Shining finally looked up at the people sitting in rows. Her gaze was still cold. "So there's no need for you to know." Everyone. Blood was spilled. Lone Moon's swollen face squeezed out a reply. He glanced at Shining and continued, "Then what do we do next? The invaders who broke into the immortal world have been dealt with, but the mushroom world still existed." Shining stopped eating and her expression darkened. A moment later, she seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, "They don't have the ability to invade again for the time being. Seal that small world and cut off all connections between it and other worlds." Lone Moon nodded. Although those people came from another plane, they had not been discovered for so many years. They must have completely controlled that small world. The only thing they could do now was to quickly seal it so that it would not affect other small worlds. The others, on the other hand, were dumbfounded and only understood after a while. "Exalted Goddess, do you mean that those things came from the lower realm? There's actually such a thing in the lower realms. Even we almost fell for their tricks. What about the other worlds?" Everyone's faces turned pale as they guessed the seriousness of this matter. "Exalted Deity is right, this kind of world should be sealed," the crowd replied in a low voice. "If Exalted Deity doesn't mind, we are willing to do our best to help." "That's right. If we gather everyone's strength, we can give it a try and completely seal that world's gate. Make it impossible to open it again. We must not let those things cause trouble in the 3 realms again. We are already no match for them. If it were other mortal worlds, I'm afraid they would be in deep trouble. There's no time to lose. While our injuries are recovering, we have to act as soon as possible." The others also stood up one by one. Their expressions were solemn, but they looked like they had no second thoughts. If not for their bun-like faces, they might have been more convincing. Lone Moon swept a glance at the group of people in front of him. Their faces were all bruised and swollen. He was very surprised that these celestial emperors and sky fiends, who used to sweep the snow in front of them, could actually be so united. And they did not even take the initiative to ask for help under Shen Ying's request. Wait a minute. An unconscious thought flashed across his mind. He glanced at the steamer of buns again. Shen Ying said before that when she beat them up, she used some special techniques. That was why she could chase away the invaders who had taken over their consciousness. But they still took an hour to regain consciousness. It was Chef who dragged them back. But at the same time, their injuries could not be healed by sorcery. They could only slowly recover. They were so enthusiastic. Could it be that they did not want to go back to their own territory with such a face, so they stayed behind to help? They were afraid of losing face. That must be it. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Instantly, he felt a tearing pain on his face. He touched the side of his face. Suddenly, he understood what was going on with them. Why did Shen Ying only hit their faces? He turned to look at Shen Ying beside him. What do you think? Shen Ying's expression darkened. Something flashed across her eyes. After a while, she nodded and said, go. Thank you, everyone. Lone Moon nodded at them. The buns cupped their fists one by one. They planned to set off again to seal the seal. Wait. Lone Moon suddenly called out. He turned to look at Yu Hong. Perhaps because she was a body cultivator, her injuries were the lightest. Only a few bruises appeared on her face. At least it was not swollen like a bun. Yu Hong, bring everyone to Lanhua to get some elixirs. The external injuries cannot be treated immediately. Let's treat the internal injuries first. Yes, Elder. Yu Hong then turned and led everyone out. The group did not stand on ceremony. After all, they had used up most of the elixirs they had on them in the battle just now. There were indeed not many left. So they all followed them. But they all silently set up an isolation array around themselves. Along the way, the cultivators who met them could not see their unique appearances. But their sorcery was only effective on people with lower cultivation levels than them. As for how Lanhua would mock them when he saw them, Lone Moon did not know. He would probably laugh for a year. Only when everyone had left did Lone Moon turn to look at Shen Ying. Thinking of something, he said worriedly, Shen Ying, I feel that the invader controlling me is different from the others. Shen Ying turned to look at him. Lone Moon frowned. He did not know if it was an illusion. Logically speaking, he was different from the others. Ordinary invaders would not easily take over his consciousness. But there was something special about that person. I feel that his body has an energy similar to mine. It was very similar, but completely different. An assistant seal. Shen Ying suddenly spoke up. Lone Moon paused. That energy is an assistant seal. Your senses are right. He is indeed not an ordinary invader. Then he is an assistant from another plane. What? Why would an assistant from another plane do this? Plane invasions are not as simple as you think. Shen Ying looked like she was used to it. It is not only when ordinary people from another plane cross over. In other words, it was also possible that it was an invasion from the entire plane. Holy shit, this was practically the start of a war. Chapter 427. Then it's not enough to just seal the realm gate, right? Lone Moon asked. Even the plane assistants were here, and in pairs too. Who knew what other tricks they had up their sleeves? Shen Ying nodded. She glanced at the dishes on the table. Something flashed across her eyes. She put down her chopsticks and stood up. We have to completely separate that small world from the plane. And they can't do this. You have to do it. Me? Lone Moon was stunned. Chef just walked out of the kitchen. He turned to look at the half-eaten dishes on the table and frowned. What do we have to do exactly? Not here. Shining continued. We have to go to the main control ground first. That small world can be easily separated from there. But you have to completely control the assistant's abilities. Main control. What was that? I Ching was stunned. He suddenly thought of something. Master means to go back to the divine realm. She nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Lone Moon directly turned and opened the space transportation. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry over. Just as he was about to go in, he realized that Shining was standing on the spot. He was stunned. Shining, let's go. Are you deaf? I've said it before. This matter, you guys can do it. What do you mean? Lone Moon was stunned. Shining suddenly smiled at them. For a moment, it was as if all the frost on her face had melted. It warmed their hearts for no reason. All the best, boyfriend, Father Nyo. After saying that, she fell to the ground without any warning. Master. Shining. Their expressions changed. They both reached out to catch the person who collapsed. Their faces were filled with the same panic. What happened? Lone Moon carefully examined the person lying on the bed. He found that she was the same as before. There was nothing wrong with her body. She just fell into a deep sleep without warning. She was clearly fine just now. Master forcefully used her ability to save us. I Ching clenched his fists so tightly that fresh blood seeped through his fingers, but he did not notice it. I thought I could make it in time. That was why he had immediately returned to the rear hall to cook after it ended, but he did not expect it to be too late. Lone Moon thought of the unfinished food on the table outside, and his expression darkened. Shining must have felt that no matter how much she ate, she would not be able to replenish the energy she expended a second time. That was why she chose to sleep. Shit! What else did she say? Lone Moon took a deep breath and continued asking. Based on Shen Ying's personality, she would not go into hibernation before the matter with the invaders was resolved. Master told us not to worry if she suddenly feels sleepy. I Ching tightened his grip and said in a low voice, "Don't try to wake her up. She'll wake up soon." When is very soon? I don't know. Lone Moon fell silent. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Chef, the most important thing now is how to solve the problem of that mushroom. We have to hurry to the God domain. But Master, I know you want to use the same method as last time to wake her up. Lone Moon interrupted him directly. But there are priorities. We can't do it now. We have to quickly seal up that small world. You have to know that their target is Shining. If we're late by one step, then... He did not continue, but I Ching already understood. He turned back to look at Shining, gritted his teeth and stood up. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I understand. Let's go to the God domain now." With that said, he conjured a seal and opened the entrance to the God domain again. "Let's go, Father Nyo." Lone Moon sighed and turned to walk towards the entrance of the God domain with Chef. Just as he took a step in, his sleeves suddenly tightened, as if something was gently tugging at it. He turned his head around reflexively, only to be met with a pair of round, grape-like eyes that seemed to contain a sky full of stars. The eyes were blinking as they looked at him. Her round face was tilted at him with some confusion, and her two plump, lotus-like hands were tightly grabbing onto his sleeves. Instantly, Lone Moon felt as if an arrow was shot in his heart. Something was collapsing and softening. This child. Where did she come from? But the little girl behind him seemed to have confirmed something. She stretched out her arms and smiled brightly at him. In an instant, it was as if a sky full of flowers had fallen from the sky. Daddy! Dong dong dong! A row of arrows pierced into his heart, and something exploded with a bang. So cute. Master. I Ching was shocked and was about to go forward. Suddenly, a black shadow flew past him. A certain someone rushed over at lightning speed and picked up the adorable little bean on the bed. He rubbed his face with fatherly love and replied clearly, I'm Daddy, I'm your daddy. Biological daddy. Don't fight with me. Good daughter. I Ching, what was going on? Little Ing, whose face was pricked by a certain person's stubble, felt a little uncomfortable. She used her hands and feet to push the person in front of her away. She turned to look at the stunned I Ching and waved her little hand at him for help. She called out sweetly again. Mommy. I Ching, Lone Moon, Shining shrank again, and it was the kind of shrinkage that caused a fracture. Then I Ching realized that Father Nyo had gone crazy. In the past, whenever he looked at Shining, he would find her an eyesore and would die if he didn't complain. Now he was simply a doting demon, like a nanny, lying on the ground with his butt up to coax someone. He didn't even care about proper business, and the kind that couldn't be chased away. Especially the tone of his voice, it was full of ups and downs. Little Ing, tell Daddy, how old are you? Little Bean, who was sitting on the bed, was stunned. She stretched out her two little paws and began to count seriously. She stretched out one finger on the left and one on the right. After a while, she slowly stretched out another finger, and in the end, she had 3 fingers. Then she looked left and right, then happily raised both hands and gestured 3. 3 years old, Little Ing is 3 years old. Lone Moon felt like his heart was shot by another arrow. He was about to become a hedgehog. So cute. He finally understood why Shinjing had become a sister complex. With such a cute sister, he also wanted to kill all the bastards who got close to her. Come, let Daddy hug you. He couldn't help but stretch out both hands. Just as he was about to hug her, there was nothing in front of him. The cute thing sitting on the bed was instantly picked up by I Ching. I Ching turned back to glare at him. Get lost. Stay away from my master, you perverted little b*tch. Shining, on the other hand, did not feel anything. Her little hands happily wrapped around the person in front of her and called out crisply, Mommy. I Ching's whole body stiffened. Master. His heart hurt, he wanted to cry. Chapter 428. Seeing that a certain hopeless daughter complex had completely deviated from the main topic, I Ching sighed and turned to sit in front of the chair in front of him. He placed the little person in his arms on his lap and asked in a low voice, Master, do you remember anything? Little Ing was stunned, as if she completely did not understand what he meant, her big round eyes blinking. I Ching looked at her attentively for a long time, but completely did not see any familiar information from that pair of eyes. Shining, on the other hand, felt a little wronged under his gaze. After a while, she directly handed over the immortal boat that Lone Moon had just given her to play with. It was clearly written in her eyes, if you like it, then let's play together. Forget it, forget it. Father Nyo's heart instantly ached, and he interrupted Chef's question. Little Ing already said that she is only 3 years old, what can she know? With that said, he turned his hand and took out a Bell Dharma artifact, with a face full of seduction. Do you want to play with this? Come to Daddy. With that said, he could not help but reach out to hug her, but I Ching dodged to the side, his cold eyes instantly piercing over. Go away, don't even think about touching my master. Lone Moon mished, and his face darkened. Why should he? That's my daughter too. The matter of that mushroom world cannot be delayed, let's go to the divine realm first. To prevent him from continuing to snatch, I Ching changed the topic. Master can't leave people in her current state, I'll bring her along. With that said, he directly opened the teleportation door and walked in. Wait. I can carry her in too. Damn chef, if he had known earlier, he would not have spoken up for him, my daughter. In just a blink of an eye, the three of them had already arrived at that familiar place. Only that in the past, what they saw was a sky full of stars, now what they saw was a golden tree that covered the sky and sun. I Ching looked at the plain tree in front of him, then at the person in his arms. For a moment he felt a little awkward. On the other side, Lone Moon had already conjured a thick carpet and laid it out in a familiar manner. He waved at Chef and said, "Come, just put Littling here in case she bumps into anything." I Ching then walked over and placed the 3-year-old Shining on the carpet. "Master, we have to seal off that small world in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid those people will make a comeback. Please wait here for a while." Shining raised her little face and blinked her eyes, looking at him blankly. "I told you she doesn't understand these things." He continued to smile seductively at Shining. He lowered his voice and said in an extremely shameless tone, "Littling, be good. Daddy has something very important to do. Wait for Daddy here for a while, alright?" Shining didn't know what to say. Instead, Lone Moon rolled his eyes at Shining. Littling understood this time and nodded hard. "Alright, Littling will be good." As he spoke, he turned around and hugged the temporary little immortal boat in his arms. He sat down on the carpet and gave Lone Moon an "I'm very obedient" smile. Dong dong. Lone Moon felt as if another arrow had pierced his heart. He couldn't help but want to hug the cute thing in front of him. "How about, Daddy can hold you and cast a spell?" "Oh." Before he finished speaking, I Ching's mouth twitched. With a cold expression, he grabbed a certain seriously stupid person and turned to leave. "Wait a minute, chef. Littling. Daddy will be back soon. Wait for me, wait for me." I Ching dragged him all the way to the plane tree. He only let go when he reached the bottom of the tree. He pointed to the red mushroom on the tree that seemed to be even brighter than before. "Proper business. Got it." Lone Moon rubbed his neck that was hurting from being pulled. After leaving the range of Little Ying's cuteness, he returned to his normal mode. However, he couldn't help but turn back to look at the figure behind him who was focused on playing with the little immortal boat. From time to time, he would wave his hand and give a silly fatherly expression, not caring whether the other party responded or not. "It's decided." After settling the matter of the small world, he would urge Lan Hua to refine 100 Dharma artifacts to make toys for Littling. How could his daughter, Niu Huayun, only have one toy? A while later, "This mushroom is different from other small worlds. How can we completely seal it?" Lone Moon asked in a low voice. "Master said that we can do it with our power." I Ching also frowned and guessed. "What he means is that we need to use the assistant seal." "Then let's use the assistant seal and try casting the sealing array," Lone Moon suggested. I Ching nodded. The two of them activated the array at the same time. At the same time, they touched the assistant seal in their bodies. Instantly, they felt a huge surge of power surging out. They refined this power into an array and then moved towards the position of the mushroom. In the next moment, 2 golden spots of light appeared on the left and right of the mushroom. They slowly formed the shape of Dharma talismans and began to expand. Countless Dharma talismans lit up in the surroundings. Finally, they formed 2 semicircles and moved towards the mushroom. They watched as the 2 semicircles were about to completely encircle the small world. Suddenly, the Dharma seal shook. As if it couldn't hold on any longer, the originally golden array flickered, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. Finally, with a crack, it directly broke apart. The Dharma talismans also instantly dimmed. The 2 who were casting the spell took a step back. "This won't do." Lone Moon pressed one hand to his chest, suppressing the roiling blood in his chest. He shook his head and said, "This is an entire small world. Even if the two of us join forces, it will be very difficult to completely encircle it." I Ching frowned. They wanted to be like the god fiend who sealed the outside world. They wanted to seal off this small world. They didn't think that it would be so difficult. Even if they used the assistant seal, they still couldn't completely cut off the connection between the small world and the plane. "Chef, I feel that even if this method succeeds, it might not work." Lone Moon thought about it and said with some worry, "Although we used this method to completely separate the outside world back then, it actually still belongs to this plane. But in essence, it still belongs to this plane. Otherwise, Shining and we would not have been able to enter so easily. Let's think of another way." I Ching's frown deepened. He said in a low voice, "But this is a small world that originated from the plane. Apart from the sealing array, what other method can we use to separate it from the plane?" Lone Moon also fell silent. Although there were many spells in the world, apart from this array, there was indeed no more suitable one. How could they completely pluck this mushroom from the tree? "Mommy." The two of them hadn't thought of a specific method when suddenly, a soft voice came from beside them. I Ching's sleeve suddenly sank. Suddenly, someone gently tugged on it. "Master." They didn't know when, but Littling suddenly walked over from the carpet. She was looking up at him with her grape-like eyes, looking a little aggrieved. I Ching felt his heart soften. He had an urge to hold the whole world in front of her. "What? What's wrong?" Chapter 429. Water, water, water. She raised her little hand and made a gesture of holding a water bottle. "Littling wants to drink, wants water." I Ching was stunned for a moment before he realized that she was thirsty. He suddenly felt guilty that he forgot to prepare tea for Master. He was about to take off the storage bag when Lone Moon beside him went crazy again. "Littling wants to drink water. Come to Daddy. I have spirit fruit juice, immortal fruit juice, sweet fruit juice, spirit purple juice. Which one do you want?" As he spoke, he took out different colored bottles of fruit juice and placed them all on the ground. And all of them looked very familiar. I Ching's mouth twitched. "How much food for Master did you hide behind my back?" Shining scanned the ground and did not seem to find anything she liked. She had no intention of picking up any bottle at all. She was still holding on to Chef. Seeing him open the storage bag, she could not wait and reached out with her little hand to start digging. I Ching helped her take out a bottle of clear water and immortal dew and opened the cap. She then held it with both hands and wanted to raise it to drink. But perhaps the bottle was too heavy and she was too small, she did not manage to lift it up. Instead, she lost her balance and fell backward. I Ching hurriedly supported her, one hand around her little body and the other helping her hold the bottle. She then gulped down a few mouthfuls and tugged at his sleeve after a while to indicate that it was enough. Only then did I Ching keep the bottle. He also kept the goods that Father Nyo had taken out. Someone obviously did not notice and only looked at Shining like a human trafficker. "She is indeed my daughter. She is so cute even when drinking water. Thank you, Mommy, thank you, Daddy." Shining wiped her mouth and then ran back to play with the boat. I Ching. He already said it was not Mommy. Lone Moon subconsciously turned with her. "Littling, Daddy will accompany." He had only taken 2 steps when I Ching, who was beside him, quickly pulled him back. "Do something. Are you a pervert? I can't think of anything just by standing here." Lone Moon sighed. Even the isolation sealing array did not work. He might as well go back to accompany his daughter. I Ching's expression became even more serious. "Master once said that all spells are created by humans. As long as we understand the rules, perhaps. He paused, as if thinking of something, looked down at the storage bag in his hand, turned to Lone Moon and said, "Father Nyo, do you remember the method of making this storage bag? Isn't this a spatial compression technique? Use immortal chi or spirit chi to create a suitable space in the bag. What if this space is big enough to contain heaven and earth? That's not a storage bag, that's a mystic realm," Lone Moon said. Opening a mystic realm to create a world of its own, even exalted immortals can do it. But at the end of the day, the so-called arcane realm is also a product attached to the plane. In fact, it is just a space of the plane. He pointed at the plane tree in front of him, at the tender shoots that had just sprouted. If the arcane realm has living beings, they will merge into the river of forgetfulness and slowly grow into a complete little world. It was like that in the 3 azure realms that they were in. He looked back at I Ching. "You want to open a mystic realm and put that mushroom in it?" "No, that would be equivalent to putting it completely into the plane." "No." I Ching shook his head, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "If creating a mystic realm is using a spell to open up a new space in the plane, then what if this spell is reversed?" Lone Moon paused, his eyes widening. Holy shit! He was excited. Yes. Opening a mystic realm was opening. If it was reversed, wouldn't it be kicking it out? "You're awesome." He could not help but give Chef a thumbs up. He was indeed someone who could create his own sword technique. "Hurry, let's try it together." I Ching nodded. The two of them took a deep breath, recalling the spell to open a mystic realm in their minds. Mobilizing the god power in their bodies, at the same time striking out a series of reverse spells. In a short while, 2 especially strange and twisted dermic talismans appeared above the mushroom. "Move the heart of the array to where it is connected to the plane tree." Lone Moon pointed at the root of the mushroom and reminded. I Ching immediately adjusted the spell, converging towards the lower part of the mushroom. In an instant, circles after circles of spells appeared. Like a spiral, they tightly wrapped around the place where the plane tree was connected, like a rope, going round and round. This reverse spell seemed to consume a lot of immortal power. Lone Moon held on for a while. In less than 7 minutes, he felt that the immortal power in his body was empty. It was difficult to hold on. He held on for a while. That feeling of immortal power being sucked out continuously still did not disappear. Even the assistant seal seemed to be unable to keep up with the speed of the spell formation. Suddenly, a white light shone around the mushroom. As if it was resisting them, in an instant, an impact was emitted from within. Lone Moon only felt a sweetness in his heart. The spell connection in his hands was broken with a bang. He suppressed the churning of his blood, turned to look worriedly at the person beside him who was holding on by himself. "Chef." But he saw that his expression was also very ugly. Large beads of sweat were already seeping out of his forehead. It looked like he was also holding on very hard. Lone Moon was a little anxious. It was obvious that their method was correct, otherwise this mushroom would not be resisting so anxiously. It was just that his consciousness had been taken over previously, and he was beaten up by Shining. His injuries had not recovered in the first place, leaving less than half of his immortal power. That was why he was so easily repelled. Although Chef's injuries were already healed, it was indeed very difficult for him to use this spell alone, which he had never used before. Yet he could not stop. The other party had obviously sensed it. If he stopped, there might be some unforeseen changes. Lone Moon took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing for a while. Feeling that his body had recovered some immortal power, he hurriedly set up a spirit guiding array around Chef, hoping to reduce his consumption. But this reverse spell really consumed too much immortal power. Ching's expression became more and more ugly. He even felt as if all the meridians in his body were being torn apart. His dantian was already empty. "Chef, forget it." Lone Moon was anxious. He wanted him to stop. "Let's think of another way." If this went on, he would also be injured. But I Ching did not stop. He focused all his attention on the spell in front of him. Just a little bit more, he could definitely do it. Master said that they had the ability to handle it, then they definitely could. They just, Assistant Seal. He suddenly remembered that before Master turned back to 3 years old, he seemed to have said that as long as they completely control the assistant's ability. What was the complete assistant's ability? They could clearly use the assistant seal freely, wasn't that called completely controlling it? He subconsciously closed his eyes, sinking into his sea of consciousness. In front of him was completely white, only 2 beads, one gold and one red, floated in the sky, like the sun and moon hanging high up in the sky. That was his Dragon Phoenix Essence core. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chapter 430. I Ching's mind moved, trying to summon the assistant seal in his sea of consciousness, almost in a flash. A row of crooked black words appeared in the air. The 2 words, letter of appointment, hung high on the top. Even his primal core was instantly squeezed to the point of falling. I Ching gritted his teeth, mobilized his divine perception and began to touch that row of black words. The familiar assistant energy emanated from the letter of appointment, instantly filling his whole body, making his almost exhausted meridians instantly soothe a lot, no different from before. No. There was still a difference. He looked carefully. He saw that in the last row of the letter of appointment, the punctuation at the end seemed to have faded a lot, the color was lighter than the other words. Could it be that the assistant energy he usually used was only this little? His heart sank, and he no longer had any scruples. His divine sense directly headed towards those characters in the air. For a moment, an astonishing amount of energy instantly burst out. The black characters in the air instantly seemed to be splashed with thick ink, and instantly dyed the entire sea of consciousness. The originally snow-white sea of consciousness instantly darkened. Only the 2 primordial cores below were still shining. At the same time, the huge energy washed his body, his whole body seemed to be about to explode. Chef! What's wrong with you? Shit, don't scare me. Looking at the person who suddenly began to vomit blood, Lone Moon got a fright. I already said stop, what's wrong with you? I Ching could not hear Father Nyo's voice at all. The entire sea of consciousness was about to explode from the rising energy. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and desperately mobilized the primordial core in the sea of consciousness, according to the usual cultivation method began to circulate. Master said that every plane was different. This was an immortal spirit plane, so the existence of all the planes appeared in the form of immortal spells. That assistant seal should be the same. The primordial core revolved faster and faster, as if directly driving all the aura around. In less than a moment, the originally still rising energy began to gather towards the middle of the primordial core, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The feeling of exploding in his body also slowed down. The 2 primordial cores each performed their duties, revolving in the same direction, one gathering the black gas formed by the assistant seal, the other gathering the white that originally existed in the sea of consciousness. A moment later, the assistant seal on the letter of appointment was gone. What was left were 2 inner dawn that were spinning non-stop, as well as a black and white Tai Chi pattern that was clearly visible and separated from each other. At the same time, he felt that his originally exhausted meridians were instantly restored to their original state. His whole body had never felt so relaxed. In a flash, it was as if everything in the world was in front of him. His empty sea of consciousness also changed. A golden plane tree that was exactly the same as the divine territory appeared in the middle. Only then did he open his eyes. Chef. Lone Moon paused. He looked at the person who looked like he was in pain a moment ago, but now seemed to have recovered completely. Somehow, he felt that he was different from before. The aura on his body carried an indescribable pressure, causing him to subconsciously take a step back. I Ching was also a little confused. So this was the real assistant. He turned to look at the person behind him. Father Nyo, aw. Before Lone Moon could react, I Ching suddenly raised his hand and pointed at his forehead. An unfamiliar energy entered his body, and he felt his whole body lighten. The injuries caused by Shining healed in an instant. His damaged divine perception was also healed, and even his depleted immortal force was replenished. Holy shit! You're a god now, aren't you? Lone Moon looked at his own hands in disbelief. He subconsciously touched his face. Even the bun on his face was gone. He became the nation's handsome father again. He wanted to go and show his daughter his original appearance. He subconsciously wanted to turn around, but was pulled back by Yi Qing, who saw through him. Come back. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. Look inside the sea of consciousness and completely refine the assistant seal. That is the true power of an assistant. Refine. Lone Moon was shocked. That thing needed to be refined. He had never thought of it that way. He looked at him in surprise. Thinking of the terrifying ability that he suddenly had, he immediately understood. He immediately closed his eyes and entered the sea of consciousness. With Chef's prior reminder, Father Nyo's actions were even faster. In less than 2 minutes, he opened his eyes. The aura on his body also changed instantly. It was exactly the same as Chef's. Wow, this is a little too awesome, isn't it? Lone Moon looked down at himself in disbelief. So a plain assistant was actually this awesome. He suddenly thought of Shining tearing the realm gate with her bare hands and splitting the sea with one sword. Her special skills that scared people to death. He suddenly felt that the current him could do it too. His eyes darkened. He turned to look at the small world in front of him that was still bound by the spell. His eyes turned cold. He turned to look at Chef beside him and said in a low voice, "Kill that little mushroom." With that said, the two of them reached out at the same time. They grabbed at the void and swung their hands. The mushroom that couldn't be plucked off previously was plucked out like a radish and flew out of the plane tree. Seeing that it was flying further and further away, Yi Qing suddenly conjured a seal. Instantly, blue light flashed around the floating mushroom. 4 transparent blue lights connected to form a box shape, locking the entire small world inside. The mushroom stopped 3 to 4 meters away from the plane. What are you doing? Lone Moon didn't quite understand. Why don't you just let it float into the chaos and disappear? Anyway, it was expelled from their plane. Master only asked us to seal it out of the plane. She didn't ask us to destroy this small world directly. Yi Qing said in a low voice. I think she must have other intentions. Lone Moon nodded. He glanced at the floating mushroom again. Forget it. Anyway, those invaders couldn't invade other small worlds for the time being. The matter was finally resolved. He could also heave a sigh of relief. What was more important now was, Little Ing. He suddenly turned around. His originally serious face changed instantly. A smile like that of a nanny father hung on his face. Daddy is back, get lost. Little bitch. Don't even think about touching my master. Everyone in Invincible Sect deeply felt that Elder Lone Moon was sick. In one night, he seemed to have contracted a "I'll die if I don't show off my daughter" disease. And it was the kind that couldn't be cured. Ever since he came back from the immortal demon border, he brought back a little girl from somewhere. He swore that she was his daughter. Since then, his temperament changed greatly. He no longer urged the disciples to cultivate, earn money and work. Every day, he would carry the child and wander around the sect. Whenever he met someone, he would show off. Little Hong, come take a look. This is my little Ing. How is she? Super cute, right? My daughter. Little Bai, this is my little Ing. She's the most adorable in the universe. My daughter. Is she cute? Little Black, come let me take a look. My little Ing, you can only take a look. My daughter is cute, right? You and little Hong have to work hard. Ha ha ha. Hey, who's that? Let me introduce you. This is Littling. How is she cute? My daughter. In one day, almost every disciple was stopped by him at least once. Yet before everyone could see the child in his arms clearly, he turned and walked away like a baby. It was as if he would lose a piece of his flesh if he let others take another look. The entire Invincible sect was dumbfounded. Not to mention the fact that they did not even see what the child looked like. Elder Lone Moon was still single. He did not even have a female cultivator close to him. The only one he had, Yu Hong, was married to Little Black. Where did he get such a daughter? Then the question was, who was the child's mother? Chapter 431. The people of Invincible sect were full of questions, until Elder I Ching rushed over angrily with his sword, stopping a certain person who was addicted to showing off his daughter, and wanted to show off his daughter to the Invincible Heavenly Palace, to the 10 Directions continent. Where do you want to take her? I Ching was obviously very angry, and before the other party could react, he had already snatched the little girl from Lone Moon's hands. He even gave the other party a kick. Hey! Chef, you're too much. Lone Moon was also angry, and glared at the other party. I just brought her out for some fresh air, do you have to be like this? With that said, he made a move to snatch her back. Humph. In the next moment, I Ching's sword did not hesitate to press against the other party's neck. Of course. This meant that he was going to fight. The hearts of all the disciples could not help but sink. Seeing that an internal fight was about to break out, they were about to step forward to stop it or something. But suddenly, they heard the little girl in I Ching's arms, who had been quiet all this time, let out a soft and cute voice, as if it was mixed with honey. Mommy! Everyone, what? In the next moment, 2 lotus root-like little hands reached out from the wide cloak, and wrapped around I Ching's neck. Littling is hungry, eat, eat. In an instant, the originally tense atmosphere froze, and I Ching directly put away the sword in his hand, turned around, and flew in the direction of the back hall with the person in his arms. Wait! Let me feed. Lone Moon also hurried to follow, and in a short while, the two disappeared one after the other, as if the tit-for-tat just now had never happened. Leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd, did they hear wrongly just now? That child called Elder I Ching, Lone Moon and I Ching. All the disciples' faces twitched, as if they had been struck by lightning. Didn't Elder I Ching never leave Sect Master half a step? Even if he had any intentions, it should be towards Sect Master, who would have thought that it was originally Elder Lone Moon. And without saying a word, he had a daughter. Could it be that Sect Master suddenly went into seclusion to avoid suspicion? All the disciples of the sect were stunned. They suddenly felt that they had discovered something incredible. Lone Moon felt that the way the disciples looked at him recently was strange. Especially when he appeared with Chef. Everyone had a look of excitement and speechlessness on their faces. Lone Moon couldn't help but wonder if this month's salary was given to the wrong person. From time to time, there would even be disciples who would purposely come to the back of the hall and look at him with a strange expression. Those strange gazes always made him feel like something was wrong. Yu Hong, I heard that CU is good at sewing. Suppressing the awkward feeling in his heart, Lone Moon asked seriously, why don't you ask her to help me make a few dolls or something like that? Littling was a girl after all. With Dharma artifacts, she would still want a few more plush toys. Yu Hong paused and subconsciously glanced at Elder I Ching, whose back was facing her as he fed. But CU is still teaching in the lower realm, then call her back. Nothing was more important than his daughter. Ah. Yu Hong was even more shocked. What happened to the beautiful dream of swordsmen running around everywhere? Did he have to change so quickly? But seeing his determined expression, he could only nod. Yes, Elder. The power of love was indeed strong. So you are this kind of person. Suddenly, he felt a little sympathy for the sect leader. How much willpower did you have to endure eating dog food for so many years? Sect leader indeed. Yu Hong was just about to contact CU when she suddenly thought of something. She took out a large handful of dandelions from her storage bag and handed them over. Radish asked me to bring these over. Lone Moon frowned. Didn't I say that Shining is in seclusion? Why did it send these over? No, Yu Hong hurriedly explained. It said that these are for you. Me? Lone Moon's eyes widened. Did Radish grow worms recently? In the past, apart from Shining, no matter how others tried to persuade him, he would not even bother to open a single dandelion. Now, he actually took the initiative to send it over. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Hong nodded vigorously. It said that I gave it to you when I got married, so you have to make up for it too. Ah. Lone Moon hesitated. What does that mean? What did this have to do with Little Black and Little Red? Anyway. Yu Hong blushed, as if thinking of something. She directly stuffed the dandelion in her hand into Lone Moon's hands. Hurry and give it to Elder Chef. He will definitely like it. Chef. Was this dandelion for Chef or for him? Then Disciple will go and look for CU first. Yu Hong had no intention of explaining it all. She glanced at a certain person in the house once more, then turned and ran. Wait, before he could ask clearly, Yu Hong ran all the way to the gate of the yard. She even turned back to give him a cheering gesture. In a short while, she disappeared without a trace. Lone Moon, what the hell? At winky face Lone Moon looked at the dandelion in his hand, then returned to the house in confusion. He turned and handed the dandelion to Chef. Here. Why are you giving this to me? I Ching leaned back in disgust. He had no intention of taking it at all. Didn't you ask Radish for it? Lone Moon was stunned. Yu Hong said that Radish asked her to send it over. She asked me to give it to you. What do I need this for? It can't be used for cooking. That's strange. He frowned. Radish, that idiot, suddenly changed his ways. Didn't he always refuse to blossom for anyone other than Shining? Chef's expression darkened. He looked down at Little Ing, who was obediently opening her little mouth and waiting to be fed. Father Nyo, did everyone discover something? Shin Ying's shrinking this time was different from the last time. Apart from being a little shorter, there was basically no big change. In addition, her presence was low, so no one noticed anything. But this time, it was too obvious. Anyone who was not blind could see it. The matter of the mushroom world had just been resolved. In order to prevent any unforeseen events, they said that Shining was in seclusion. I don't think so. Given the personality of the group of brainless fans in the sect, if they found out something happened to Shining, it would be terrible. Lone Moon put the dandelion into his storage bag and turned to look at Little Ing, who was puffing her cheeks and eating at the side. His gaze softened. All his doubts were thrown out of his mind. He reached out to touch her little face, but was slapped away by Chef. Master is eating. Little bitch, don't even think of touching my master. Lone Moon glared at him unhappily. He could only settle for the next best thing. He moved a chair to sit beside Little Ing and watched her eat. Until she finished the last mouthful of rice in her bowl, he asked, Good daughter, are you full? Little Ying's big round eyes turned and finally fixed on him. Her cheeks puffed up quickly and she swallowed the rice in her mouth. Only then did she reveal a sweet smile at him. She nodded and answered, I'm full. As she spoke, she even patted her little belly. Little Ing is so good. She's not picky anymore. So cute. Not at all like a certain deceitful person who didn't like spicy food and didn't eat coriander. Then Daddy will take you out to play. Digest your food, okay? With that said, he subconsciously reached out to snatch her away. But was slapped away by Chef again. She should take an afternoon nap. If I let you abduct Master out again, his name isn't I Ching. Lone Moon looked at Littling. Littling seemed to be really sleepy. Her eyes started to blur and her little head was even nodding. Then I'll carry her back. He was about to say carry her back to sleep. But I Ching got up first and carried her. Littling rubbed her eyes and directly put her little head on his shoulder. She fell asleep instantly. Hey, Chef, you're too much. Lone Moon instantly said unhappily. You're not married yet. Your daughter is still mine. With that said, he took a step forward and was about to snatch her over when he suddenly heard a sleep-talking voice. It seemed to be filled with infinite grievance. There was even a faint sobbing tone. Both of them froze at the same time. Their hearts ached for no reason. Big sister, Lone Moon, Ching. Chapter 432. Littling cried for the whole night. She was not the kind of wailing that ordinary children would have. She was so soft that she did not even make a sound. Only a few drops of tears fell from her eyes from time to time, soaking the little pillow on the bed. She was completely unconscious of her sadness. Every once in a while, she would mutter an infinitely aggrieved sister, which made one's heart break and sad. Why don't we open the passage and let Elder Shen come over? I Ching suggested in a low voice. Perhaps it was because Littling had been too obedient these few days, coupled with her previous impression, I Ching and Lone Moon almost forgot. She was only 3 years old now. This was the time when she needed the company of her family the most. No matter how good and meticulous they were to her, they could not compare to the weight of Shenjing in her heart. Lone Moon also frowned. But Shining said before that she sealed the plain passage to prevent Shenjing from chasing after us in anger. You also know her sister's temper, how can we stop her? By then, not only us, I'm afraid the whole plane will. Even if it's just to contact her, let Master take a look. I Ching looked back at the house and could not help but continue. Master is too pitiful. To the current Shining, although she treated them as her parents, the time they spent together was too short. At most, she only treated them as people slightly better than strangers. That was why she cried secretly when she was asleep. After all, she still did not trust them enough. Lone Moon's eyes dimmed. His daughter was crying like that, his heart also ached, the kind of pain that broke his heart. But, it's not like you don't know, when Shining returned to 15 years old, to prevent us from contacting Shenjing again, she had already strengthened the plain passage again. He scratched his head somewhat irritably. Even if we wanted to contact Big Boss Shin, we can't. They would not be able to break the seal that Shining had personally set, unless Shining removed the seal. However, she had returned to being 3 years old. Instead of thinking about this, why not have a good chat with Littling? Lone Moon thought of something and looked into the house with some worry. I think Littling is not simply homesickness. Maybe, there are other reasons. Otherwise, she would not be fine during the day, only to miss her sister when she fell asleep. It didn't seem like he was simply homesick. It was more like he had hidden it for a long time, so he subconsciously shouted it in his sleep. I Ching frowned. Naturally, he could tell that as well. Littling had a little secret in her heart. After all, she was only 3 years old. No matter how smart she was, she could easily see through it. For so many days, she had never mentioned Shenjing. It was as if she was intentionally avoiding her. This might be a knot in Master's heart, but I'm afraid that even if I ask, she might not tell me. That depends on how you ask. He was experienced in coaxing children. Lone Moon thought about it and directly conjured a seal. His figure changed, and in a short while, he became half a length shorter. Even his appearance changed completely. In an instant, she transformed into Shinjing's appearance. Didn't she miss Big Sister? I've become like this, can't you just coax me a little? Why did he suddenly feel that his eyes were burning? You're lying. Pooey, I'm doing this so that littling won't be sad anymore. How can it be called lying? At most, it's called cosplay. You don't understand. Lone Moon directly looked at Shinjing's face and glared at him. He even flipped his long hair in a serious manner and gave him a look that said, "Be smart and don't wear your clothes later." He kept feeling that ever since Master returned to 3 years old, a certain person kept breaking the limits and becoming crazier and crazier. Littling is awake. Feeling the movement in the house, Lone Moon immediately pushed Chef and gave him a look. He imitated Shinjing and stood up straight, putting on a cold face. Indeed, in a short while, a little figure swayed out of the house. She seemed to be still not awake. As she rubbed her eyes, she walked in the direction of the two. Mama. She took small steps and swayed to Chef's side. She raised her little hand and made a hugging gesture. I Ching hurriedly carried her up. She tilted her head and obediently rested her little head on his shoulder. Her eyes narrowed, as if she only just saw Shinjing at the side. She was instantly stunned and her eyes widened. Lone Moon subconsciously wanted to give her a smile, but he forced himself not to. He even specially used his immortal chi to change his voice and used the same cold tone as Shinjing's to call out, "Little Ying." Little Ying's drowsiness seemed to wake up instantly. She looked up and sat up straight, looking at him with wide eyes in surprise. It was indeed effective. Lone Moon was secretly delighted. He continued, "Little Ying, now you, Papa." Before he could finish, Shining blurted out, exposing his disguise in a second. "Ha!" Little Ying's eyes lit up like little stars. She looked him up and down curiously. Suddenly thinking of something, she gave him a warm smile and said with a look of certainty, "Papa is so beautiful today. Prettier than the other aunties." With that said, she even clapped her little hands in a very supportive manner, looking genuinely happy for him. Should he be happy that his daughter was giving him face? But why did he feel like he was stabbed again? Pfft, don't laugh. He turned and glared at Chef, who looked like he was having a hard time holding back his laughter. What exactly went wrong? Wasn't she only 3 years old? How could she tell at one glance that he was fake? Father Nyo, you'd better, shut up. Did he have to laugh so hard that he was shaking? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up, I'll really beat you up. I Ching took a deep breath and turned to not look at Lone Moon's face that was starting to turn green. Only then did he put Shining on the chair beside him. Thinking of proper business, he squatted down and looked at the extremely obedient little person in front of him. His heart ached as he rubbed her red and swollen eyes. He asked seriously, "Master, did you have a nightmare just now? Did you dream of something scary?" Little Ying tilted her head, as if she did not understand what he meant. After a while, she patted her little chest and said, "Little Ying is very brave, not afraid." I Ching smiled. "Then does Little Ying, Miss Big Sister?" She paused, and suddenly a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Her head lowered, as if he had poked something, and even her whole little body tensed up. She did not reply for a long time. I Ching felt a little flustered for no reason. "Little Ying, if you miss her, why don't you go back?" "No." Before he finished, she suddenly looked up anxiously, as if using all the strength in her body to shout, "Not at all." With that said, she suddenly pushed Chef in front of her away and jumped down from the chair. She turned and ran quickly into the house, disappearing in a moment. I Ching was shocked. He turned back with some confusion and looked at Lone Moon, who looked equally confused. What happened to Master? Did she go back crying just now? Their expressions changed, and then they chased after her. When they pushed the door, they found that it would not budge. It's locked. I Ching subconsciously wanted to conjure a seal to cast a spell, but Lone Moon suddenly grabbed his hand. Wait. His expression darkened. I'll go. Littling is different from other children. After all, he was someone who had taken care of his niece before, and could be considered experienced. I Ching hesitated for a moment before retracting his hand. Chapter 433. Lone Moon did not use sorcery to open the door, but directly turned into a wisp of smoke and floated in through the window. He looked around, but did not see Little Ying's figure, but in the middle of the quilt on the bed, there was a big bulge, shaking and moving, and from time to time there were suppressed sobs. Lone Moon's heart ached, and suddenly had the urge to go out and beat Chef up. Bastard. What did he just say to my little princess? He clenched his fists by his side, and suppressed the urge to rush over and hug her. He stepped forward, and said gently, Why is Littling crying? Did someone bully you? The cotton ball on the bed stiffened, the sobs stopped, but there was no response. Can you tell Daddy if you have any grievances? He continued to persuade, Is it Mommy? Daddy will help you beat him up, how about that? No. No. A sobbing retorted immediately from under the quilt, It's not Mommy, then who is it? She did not speak again. Can't you tell Daddy? There was silence again, and after a while an even lower voice came, Littling, can't say. Lone Moon's expression darkened, and he thought for a while and said, If you can't tell Daddy, then can you tell cute little bunny? With that said, he directly separated a trace of divine perception, and once again cast an incarnation sorcery, this time not into Shinjing, but into a snow-white bunny, and placed it at the head of the bed. Then Daddy will go out first, you talk to little bunny. With that said, he turned, opened the door with a creak, and walked out. The room instantly became quiet. After a while, that cotton ball moved, and from the side, a small tear appeared, revealing a little crying face. A pair of eyes still with traces of tears looked at the bunny at the head of the bed, hesitated for a while, and then reached out to put the little bunny into the quilt. She carefully stroked the rabbit's head. The more she touched it, the thicker the mist in her eyes became. The tears that had just stopped fell down once more. She bit her lower lip as if she was trying hard not to cry out loud. She cried so hard that she even hiccuped, and after a while, she began to chat with the bunny while hiccuping. Little bunny, is Littling a bad baby? Little rabbit, Littling misses big sister so much. I want to go home so much. But Littling can't go back. Littling must not go back. If Littling goes back, big sister will get hurt again. It's all Little Ying's fault. If not for protecting Littling, big sister wouldn't have. Littling can do it alone. Littling has Daddy and Mommy. She can definitely do it. Littling won't go back. She definitely won't go back. Littling was very brave. Littling was very strong. Littling doesn't want big sister anymore. She tried her best to hold back her tears and clenched her small fists. Her voice became heavier and heavier as if she was cheering herself on. It was so sensible that it broke one's heart. It was as if she was forcing herself to grow up. Outside the door. Lone Moon, I Ching, 3-year-old Shining, what exactly did she experience? To be able to force herself to leave at such a young age to protect her own family. No wonder, she was completely different from the last time. She accepted him and chefs so quickly, even when they didn't explain who they were. No wonder she didn't mention Shenjing even once these few days. No wonder she was so obedient and sensible, unlike other children. It seemed like she knew from the start that she was no longer in the world before. So it didn't matter who they were. What was important was that she felt that she had successfully brought Shenjing away from danger. This was the only thing that the 3-year-old Shening felt she could do for the sister she loved the most. Even if she had to leave her. Master. I Ching felt a sharp pain in his heart. He felt like he couldn't breathe. He turned and wanted to go in. Lone Moon couldn't help but turn and push the door. Damn it. Shenjing must have won some universal prize to be able to pick up a sister like Little Ing. The two of them were about to push the door open when suddenly the whole ground shook. There was a sudden roar around them. They saw that the immortal peak not far away, as if it was under some heavy pressure, began to crack. Even the palaces on it turned into ruins. The protective mountain array was activated, covering the whole heavenly palace. An especially strange and familiar aura swept over in this direction. Lone Moon and I Ching were both shocked. Their eyes widened. This aura was an invader. Sure enough, in the next moment, there was a loud rumble, and the sky seemed to have been split open. The blue realm gates suddenly opened, and an ice crystal peak that was taller than all the floating peaks in the invincible heavenly palace passed through the realm gate. Compared to the slow speed of the last time, the glacier appeared very quickly this time. Lone Moon and I Ching didn't even have the chance to seal the realm gate before the glacier appeared in front of them. Their hearts sank. What was going on? They had clearly sealed that mushroom world out of the plane. Why would these invaders still appear? Unless they didn't come from that small world. Elder Lone Moon. Elder I Ching. Yu Hong suddenly rushed in. She came directly on her sword, holding a communication stone in her hand. She didn't even have time to salute before she said anxiously, "The celestial emperors from all the continents have sent messages saying that a glacier exactly like this one appeared in the heavenly palace. They're asking the sect master to come out of seclusion and help." Shit! Lone Moon couldn't help but curse. These invaders were all out this time. They were actually from all the continents' heavenly palaces. Where did they come from? They should have come along the river of forgetfulness. I Ching suddenly said. What? Lone Moon was shocked. I Ching gestured for him to look inside his sea of consciousness. Lone Moon hurriedly closed his eyes to take a look. On the plane tree that was originally golden in his sea of consciousness, white lines suddenly appeared. Like meridians, they covered the entire tree and even extended to every branch and leaf. These were originally the positions of the river of forgetfulness. Now it had turned completely white. Shorty. Lone Moon suddenly remembered. Holy shit. They're controlling Shorty. He should have thought of it earlier. Shorty went to the mushroom world with him. If even he was controlled, how could she be fine? But they were in a hurry to seal that small world. In addition, something happened to Shening, so they didn't think of her. That's not right. It's not that they didn't think of it, but they subconsciously ignored her. They must have done something during the previous invasion. I Ching also thought of this, so all of them subconsciously ignored this matter, giving them time to move. Chapter 434. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He thought for a while and then turned to instruct, Yu Hong, pass down the order that all disciples are not allowed to leave the array. Also, ask Little Black to rush back to the demon world through the sex transportation array. Gather all the sky fiends and demons and send them to all the continents' heavenly palaces as reinforcements. He knows what to do. Then ask Lan Hua to strengthen the protective mountain array with demonic qi and cover the sky from the sun. Yu Hong understood immediately. Yes, Elder. With that said, she flew out on her sword again. The glacier outside the heavenly palace seemed to grow bigger. The ground shook even more violently. There was a faint rumbling sound in the sky, but there was no sign of anyone. It was obvious that the other party was already attacking the protective mountain array. Master. I Ching thought of the person in the house. His heart sank. He turned and rushed in. He carried the person on the bed whose tears had not yet dried. He turned and opened the passage to the divine realm. He put Littling on the thick carpet before squatting down and hurriedly said, Master, be good and wait here. No matter what happens, don't go out by yourself, okay? She seemed to feel something. She was very calm and nodded obediently. Okay. I Ching got up. He was about to open the passage to go back when Littling suddenly reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Mother, will you come back for me? Of course. He nodded hard. Once things are settled, I will come for you immediately. Pinky promise. She raised her little hand eagerly to reach his finger. I Ching's heart ached for no reason. He hooked her little finger and shook it. Pinky promise. Only then did she smile and return the rabbit to him. This is for Daddy. You have to come and get Littling quickly. Okay. I Ching nodded. He looked at her again and opened the passage to go back. Almost at the same time he returned to the house, the rabbit in his hand turned into a wisp of divine perception and returned to Lone Moon. Is everything settled? Lone Moon turned to look at him. Yes. Yes. I Ching nodded. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Let's go. The flute in Lone Moon's hand flashed and turned into a long sword. This is going to be a tough battle. And there would be no more reinforcements. He raised his head and looked at the sky that was filled with demonic chi. At this moment, there were already many figures that looked exactly like him. He directly flew out. I Ching also summoned his immortal sword and flew up. The invasion this time caught everyone off guard. The entire river of forgetfulness was already under the control of these invaders. Their people had already invaded every small world in this plane, and it was only a matter of time before they completely occupied and replaced it. This was a complete reversal of the previous situation. The immortal world had become the only place in the entire plane that hadn't been conquered by them. If they couldn't defend it, then the entire plane would really be theirs. And the reason why these people were in such a hurry to attack this place was also very obvious. It was because of Xining, the manager, so leaving her in the divine realm was the safest. Invincible sect must be besieged by the enemy's main forces. There were more people who had replicated Father Nyo's abilities than before. Once the two of them flew out of the protective mountain array, they immediately mobilized all the sword chi in their bodies. Instantly, a sky full of swords appeared and directly attacked those who were attacking the array. Thousands of immortal swords whistled past, and in a moment, a large number of familiar figures fell. In the next moment, more people surrounded them, as if there was no end to them. I Ching's sword chi exploded from all over his body. He directly summoned his sword intent. In a moment, several white sword dragons rose into the sky and attacked in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they rushed through a large number of enemies. There are so many people, there must be a leader. Lone Moon reminded loudly. Behind him, I Ching frowned. He released his divine perception and scanned the crowd. Indeed, he found that there was an exceptionally different aura above the tall glacier. It was unexpectedly also somewhat familiar. Found it. He directly rushed in that direction. The other party seemed to know their intentions. They attacked even more fiercely. Some people even directly self-destructed near them. Lone Moon blocked the attacks from all directions while setting up a defensive array. To them, who had complete control of the assistant's abilities, the cultivation of these people could not cause too much harm to them. It was just that ants could bite an elephant to death. For a while, they could not break out of the encirclement. Lone Moon gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "I'll block these people. You go over." With that said, he conjured a seal with both hands. A Dharma spell with a soaring sword chi attacked directly in the direction of the glacier. Instantly, a passage was created. I Ching flew out directly without hesitation. In the next moment, a large number of figures appeared again. Lone Moon once again used his sword to block those people. Working together, they finally flew above the glacier. Before they could land, I Ching instantly felt a familiar sense of suppression. It was exactly the same as what he felt at the border of the immortal and demonic realm. It was as if all the abilities in his body were sealed. But this time, he already knew what it was. His heart sank. In his sea of consciousness, the Taiji diagram automatically rotated. In an instant, that strange pressure disappeared without a trace. He followed the path of that energy and counterattacked. In the next moment, he heard a cracking sound. Suddenly, a small crack appeared on the glacier under his feet. A voice filled with doubt suddenly rang out. A red figure suddenly appeared on the originally empty glacier. It was Shorty, whom they had not seen for a few days. She stood on the glacier with an unfamiliar smile on her face. She was clearly smiling, but the words that came out of her mouth did not have any warmth at all. "In just a few days, you guys have actually grasped true power so quickly." I Ching's expression darkened. He said with certainty, "An assistant from a different plane." The person's smile deepened. "It seems that my estimation was wrong. To get rid of you, I might have to spend more time." She raised her hand. Instantly, the glacier under her feet seemed to come alive. It turned into ice thorns and attacked I Ching. I Ching used his sword chi to cut the ice thorns. But the ice did not stop. Instead, it directly broke into many icicles. Once again, it covered the sky and the earth. And the strange and oppressive aura around them became even heavier. Faintly, there was a familiar aura. That was Shorty's reincarnation power. I Ching's attack speed became even faster. He kept cutting the ice thorns. But the more he attacked, the more ice thorns there were. As if they had a mind of their own, they prevented I Ching from taking a step closer to the other party. "The abilities of your plane assistants really surprise me. They actually have such special abilities." The person in the middle laughed coldly. "Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary assistant. Even if you have grasped true power, you can't hurt me, who has already experienced many planes." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and an even greater pressure attacked I Ching. The power seemed to surpass the plane, and it was so strong that even the surrounding space began to distort. Even Lone Moon, who was not far away, paused for a moment, and his body was instantly slashed by the spell. The invincible sex array formation beneath them was also broken. "No matter how special you are, you can only become a part of our power." I Ching felt a sweetness in his heart. The Tai Chi diagram in his body rotated even faster. He took a deep breath and once again blocked the surrounding icicles. He could not lose. Master. Master was still waiting for him. He gritted his teeth. The ability of an assistant exploded instantly. He directly caught the strange pressure that swept towards him. Red light flashed all over his body. A huge fire surrounded his body. There were streaks of white lightning in the fire. In the next moment, he turned around and instantly transformed into his original form. A huge golden dragon rose into the sky. But it was completely different from the previous dragon form. On the huge dragon's body, there was a pair of huge wings that looked like they were made of flames. They seemed to be burning something. With just a light wave of his hand, large swathes of true phoenix fire swept across the entire sky like wildfire. Everything in its path was instantly turned into nothingness. The overwhelming icicles in the surroundings disappeared in an instant. Even the impostors who looked like Lone Moon nearby were affected and turned into ashes. How is this possible? The assistant on the glacier finally had a different expression. She looked at the huge dragon in the sky in disbelief. How can the power of an assistant alone do this? Her expression changed. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Her whole body emitted a dazzling white light. Even the entire glacier under her feet lit up. An even more shocking pressure rushed towards I Ching. Streaks of light swept over like sharp blades. The ground immediately rumbled. Wherever the light passed, everything, including the floating mountain, was instantly cut in half. The entire heavenly palace began to collapse. The disciples in the sect had no choice but to dodge in all directions. But they were attacked by Father Nyo's replicas. I Ching had no choice but to turn back and block those who took the opportunity to attack him. But he saw that several streaks of light suddenly began to converge. They weaved into a huge net and swept towards I Ching. Chef! Lone Moon panicked. He shouted loudly to warn him. But the other party did not dodge. Instead, the lightning around his body became brighter and brighter. In a short while, it had already covered his whole body. In an instant, a huge bolt of lightning that was even thicker than his body struck back at I Ching. With a few loud sounds, the lightning directly suppressed those streaks of light and hit the tall glacier. Beautiful. Lone Moon could not help but give his teammate a thumbs up. There was a crack below, and a crack as thick as an arm appeared on the glacier. Lone Moon was just about to get rid of the impostors around him in one go when he suddenly saw a few figures flash in front of him. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like there were fewer people surrounding him? He released his divine sense to check. It was not an illusion. There were indeed fewer impostors around. Subconsciously, he looked at the crack in the glacier in front of him. His eyes darkened. Something in his mind was connected with a ding sound. His eyes widened abruptly and he reacted instantly. He turned to look at I Ching, who had already flown back to stop the enemy from attacking Invincible Sect. He shouted, "Chef! These people are all controlled by that assistant. You just have to use all your strength to destroy him." Dragon E, who was in the sky, immediately reacted. He turned and rushed back. With a sweep of his dragon tail, a large number of people were swept away. Lone Moon took the opportunity to rush over. At the same time, he waved his hand and the sky full of swords rained down on the glacier. The expression of the person on the glacier changed. He raised his hand and the people who had already attacked Invincible Sect immediately abandoned the disciples and rushed towards the two of them. But it was too late. Lone Moon and I Ching had already flown above the glacier. Panic flashed in the eyes of the assistant who controlled Short Yi. He was naturally not afraid of dealing with one assistant, but two, he once again released that kind of white light, but it was dispersed by Chef's lightning. I Ching transformed back into his human form. The two of them raised their swords and rushed towards him. "Wait! Your original source is still in my body." Seeing that there was no way to escape, the person hurriedly shouted, "If you kill me, she will die too. Without the original source, your plane is also finished." Original source. The two of them who landed on the ground paused. He was talking about Short Yi. Father Nyo. I Ching looked at Lone Moon. Beat him up first. Lone Moon did not listen to him at all. He put away his sword and punched the other party's face, directly knocking him to the ground. I Ching frowned. He thought of the last time when Father Nyo and the others were controlled. Master seemed to have done the same. He made up his mind, so he set up a defensive array around the two of them and joined the violent beating team. Wait! You can't do this to. Ah! Stop! Lunatic! Ah! At that moment, the entire glacier reverberated with a certain otherworldly assistant screams. The two of them did not hold back at all. Every punch was imbued with the assistant's ability, and they especially aimed for the face. In a short while, the person in front of them was no longer recognizable. As if he could not take it anymore, a white light suddenly shot out from Shorty's body and flew towards the west at an extremely fast speed. He's out. I Ching reminded. At the same time, a ray of true phoenix fire chased after him. Lone Moon also released his sword seal at the same time. An indistinguishable scream sounded instantly. That ray of light disappeared under the fire and rain of swords. In the next moment, the figures that were attacking the defensive array crazily disappeared. Even the glacier under their feet turned into countless spots of light and dimmed. The two of them only felt that the ground under them was empty. Lone Moon controlled his sword and caught Shorty, whose head was already swollen like a pig's. Subconsciously, he glanced at that horrifying face and silently looked away. They were trying to save someone just now, and definitely not because of Shen Ying's previous attack on someone else. What was different from the previous time was that Shorty woke up very quickly this time. Before the two of them could fly back, her eyes moved and opened. Before she could speak, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Shorty. Lone Moon's heart sank. Were they that heavy-handed? But she completely ignored the injuries on her body. She looked around frantically. Elder, the river of forgetfulness, don't worry, we've already dealt with that assistant. Assistant? But her eyes widened and her expression became even more anxious. She reached out and tugged at Lone Moon's sleeve. No, it's not him. The one controlling the river of forgetfulness is not the assistant, there's another scarier. The two of them were shocked. Scarier than the assistant, could it be, the manager? They originally thought that only worlds without managers would invade other planes. Could it be that they actually had a manager? Master. I Ching's face paled. He immediately turned and opened a passage to the divine realm. Chapter 435. Lone Moon cast a spell to send little Shorty back to the sect, and then followed them in. The scenery in front of them changed. In an instant, they were under the pitch-black night sky. They looked around and saw Shining sitting on the carpet not far away, carrying a small immortal boat. Her eyes lit up when she saw them. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief and walked over. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, an unfamiliar male voice suddenly sounded. So you're hiding here. In an instant, an irresistible force swept towards them from behind. Lone Moon and I Ching were shocked. They hurriedly turned around with their swords, but they were still unable to block the force. They were sent flying by the force and landed heavily on the ground. In an instant, their chi and blood surged and they spat out blood. The spatial passageway that had just closed suddenly opened up, as if someone had forcefully torn it open. A man in a black robe stepped in. Unexpectedly, the newcomer's appearance was very ordinary. It was an extremely ordinary face, the kind of face that could not be found in a crowd. But he exuded a terrifying aura, completely different from the two assistants before. It was as if he was suppressed by an absolute level. They could not resist at all. This was the manager of a different plane. No wonder I couldn't find her even after searching the entire small world. I have to thank you for leading the way. That's why I could find this place. The man laughed, looking at I Ching and Lone Moon mockingly. Their hearts sank. They were too careless. This person was hiding on purpose. His goal was to follow them and find Shen Ying's location. Daddy, Mommy. Little Ing looked confused. Her little mind had no idea what was going on. She looked at the two people who suddenly fell to the ground, got up, and subconsciously wanted to walk over. Master! Don't come over! I Ching shouted anxiously. Little Ing, listen and don't move. Lone Moon also hurriedly stopped her. Little Ing stopped in her tracks. Indeed, she obeyed and did not move. But the person opposite had already turned to look at her. The corner of his mouth curled up into a malicious smile. So you're the manager of this plane. His eyes narrowed, as if a trace of disappointment flashed across them. After a while, he said with some sarcasm, so weak. I thought that with such a powerful assistant, the manager would be even more outstanding. I didn't expect it to be so weak. Could it be that all the power was given to them? He seemed to have found the reason. The disdain in his eyes deepened. He looked at Shining as if he was looking at a dead person. This plane actually chose such a stupid manager. That means it's destined to be mine. With that said, he walked directly in Shen Ying's direction. Every step he took was filled with murderous intent. Even the terrifying aura around him became heavier. The entire divine realm seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of coercion. It began to shake. Even the plane tree in the middle was rustling, as if it had been sucked dry of all its nutrients. Master! I Ching used all the strength in his body to try and stop him, but he was completely unable to resist the increasing pressure on his body. He used all his strength to get up, but was once again pressed to the ground. He could even hear the sound of his inner core breaking. Master! Master! Shining! Lone Moon was also burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Not only his body, but even his primordial spirit felt like it was being crushed by someone. It looked like it was going to collapse at any time. Go, Shining, Little Ing still looked confused. As if sensing the current situation, there was more panic in her eyes. She subconsciously retreated, but completely did not know where to hide. She could only watch as the stranger in front of her got closer and closer. There was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. In less than a moment, the other party was already in front of her. He raised his hand toward her. White light flashed in his hand. He was about to swing it at the defenseless Shining. I Ching's eyes widened. Boundless fear suddenly surged up and took over his whole body. There seemed to be something crazy surging up in his body, breaking some kind of restraint. There was a resounding sound. He did not know where the strength came from, but it directly broke through the suppression on his body. In an instant, it appeared in front of Shining and blocked the other party's attack. But the other party was after all the manager of a different plane. How could a mere immortal sword stop him? In the next moment, the immortal sword in his hand broke. The white light in the other party's hand instantly landed on I Ching's shoulder. Like a sharp knife, it cut down from his shoulder, directly cutting off his entire arm. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. The person was stunned. As if he did not expect that the other party could break through his suppression, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Lone Moon, who was beside him, also rushed over. In an instant, he summoned a rain of thousands of swords to attack the other party, forcing the person to retreat. Chef! He looked worriedly at the pale-faced person who had lost an arm. With a turn of his hand, the sky full of immortal swords once again attacked the person opposite him. But none of the swords hit the person opposite him. The person's figure flashed. As if they had hit something invisible, the swords directly passed through the other party's body and fell to the ground. Indeed, not an ordinary assistant. The person's cold gaze swept across the two of them. The sarcasm in his eyes grew, as if he was looking at two people who were struggling on their deathbed. Actually able to break through my suppression, it seems like the two of you are almost at the limit of an assistant. With this kind of ability, it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. I can't let the two of you continue to grow. With that said, his expression darkened. Suddenly, he pointed in Lone Moon's direction. In an instant, a ray of light flew out at an extremely fast speed. Lone Moon did not even have time to react. All he felt was a pain in his arm. In the next moment, the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, along with his hand. The rain of swords that had been attacking the other party also stopped and fell to the ground with a clatter. But the manager of the other plane's fingers tightened, as if he was holding something. In the next moment, a few rope-like white rays of light appeared around the two of them, tying them up, who were still bleeding profusely. The other party raised his hand, and the two of them immediately flew up. The light ropes wrapped around the two of them, tighter and tighter, and the huge pressure in the air became even stronger. The two of them were already covered in blood. The rays of light were like sharp blades that cut through their skin, sinking deeper and deeper. It was as if even their souls were being cut apart, and their consciousness was beginning to blur. Shining, who had not moved all this while, widened her eyes in horror. She looked up at the two people in front of her, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the little immortal boat in her hands fell to the ground. Daddy! Mommy! She reached out her little hands, as if trying to pull the two of them, but she could not reach them at all. Instead, her hands were stained red by the two of them. Chapter 436. Master! Master, hurry, go! Littling, the two of them used their last bit of strength to remind the person below, but after a while, they could not even make a sound. Only blood seemed to flow out of their bodies endlessly. Next, it's your turn. The person laughed softly and walked towards Shining once again. The two of them were full of anxiety, but they no longer had the strength to struggle. Master, hurry! Shining looked up at the two of them, then looked at her little hand that was full of blood. Her body trembled even more violently, and in the next moment, she breathed rapidly a few times, as if she finally broke down. All the suppressed emotions exploded in an instant. But she was after all only 3 years old, so there was only one way she knew to vent her emotions. Using all her strength, heart-wrenching, unreservedly, crying out loud. Wah! In an instant, earth-shattering loud cries suddenly exploded, resounding through the clouds, rushing out of the divine realm, and spreading to every corner of the 3 realms. At the same time, a huge wave of energy exploded from her body, sweeping across the entire divine realm along with her cries. As if it could not withstand such a huge wave of energy, the entire divine realm began to shake. Even the rays of light that were restraining Yi Qing and Lone Moon broke in the midst of this cry, and the two of them fell to the ground. The shaking around them became even more intense, followed by a few rumbling sounds. A huge white crack suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions, and in an instant, even the sky was cracking. But Shining did not stop crying. Instead, her cries became even more heart-wrenching. Wah! Sister! Sister! Wah! The divine realm was collapsing. How is this possible? A trace of panic flashed across the face of the manager of the alternate plane, who had been so confident just now, as Shen Ying's cries directly forced him to retreat a few feet. I've clearly already controlled the plane, why do you still have such powerful energy? He looked at the little figure that was still crying in disbelief. His gaze became even more vicious. He could not allow this to continue. A white light flashed between his hands, and he directly flew toward Shining to attack. He had to kill her as soon as possible. His movements were extremely fast. Yi Qing and Lone Moon used their last breaths, wanting to stop him. But in a flash, the other party instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, appeared directly behind Shining. Master! Shining! The two of them cried out in shock. The light in the other party's hand was already falling toward Shen Ying's head. Just as it was about to hit Shen Ying's head, the other party's hand suddenly paused, stopping about 10 centimeters away from Shining. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared on the other plane manager's wrist, gripping it tightly. Unbeknownst to him, a tall and cold figure had appeared beside him. A pair of icy cold eyes were staring coldly at him. That was Shinjing. Shinjing slowly grabbed the other party's hand, moving it away from Little Ying's head. It was clearly just a casual pull, but the other party was unable to resist the force, until his entire hand was twisted into a strange position. The manager was shocked. Who was this person? Didn't you hear? Shinjing's eyes turned even colder, and she said word by word, "Is she calling her parents?" After saying that, she clenched her other hand and threw a punch at her opponent's chest. The extremely arrogant manager flew out like a kite with a broken string, and after a long time, a loud thud was heard. Older sister. Older sister. Wah. Older sister. Looking at the sudden appearance of a relative, Little Ying's tears fell even more profusely. Like a child complaining to her parents, she hugged Shinjing's leg and climbed up on all fours. "Little Ying, why are you?" Shinjing lowered her head to look at the person in front of her, and her temper that was about to explode dissipated instantly. Her face that was covered with 10,000-year-old ice melted instantly. "How did you become so cute? So cute." After saying that, she bent over and hugged the person in front of her, rubbing her like a precious baby. Don't cry, don't cry. Tell older sister what happened, who bullied you, older sister will help you kill him." Bad person. That bad person, he bullied Little Ying, and also bullied Dad. Older sister. She cried until she was out of breath, pointing in the direction where the person was just hit, and with great difficulty, she managed to finish her sentence. Shinjing's face darkened instantly, and she turned to look. At this time, the manager had already stood up, looking at Shinjing with some shock. You're a manager too." Shinjing did not answer, but her whole body exuded a kind of bloodthirsty aura, even I Ching and Lone Moon beside her trembled. Why did it feel like Big Boss Jing was even scarier than that manager? Ha 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 ha. That manager suddenly laughed maniacally. There was no panic in his eyes, instead his face was full of wild joy, as if he had encountered something great. The way he looked at Shinjing was like looking at a treasure that was delivered to his door. "That's great. Ha ha ha. I originally just wanted to get this small plane, I did not think that it would actually attract another manager. And, it's a high-level plane. As long as I kill you, these 2 planes will be mine, ha 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 ha." His eyes faintly showed some madness. Shinjing's eyes narrowed. Oh. That person heard her sarcasm, but did not care at all, laughing even more confidently. "Heh heh heh, do you think this is just an ordinary plane invasion? To tell you the truth, this is already the 10th plane I've conquered. I've already devoured the power of 10 plane managers. I've seen more managers than you know. Others may not be able to defeat 2 managers, but that doesn't include me." "I see." Shinjing's face darkened, but her expression did not change, as if she had no interest in his glorious resume. She turned around and looked around, then placed Shining, who had already stopped crying, back on the thick carpet behind her, patted her head and instructed, "Little Ying, be good, wait here for big sister." Little Ying nodded vigorously. Only then did she turn and walk away, pulling up her long hair behind her, tying it into a neat ponytail, before turning to look at the manager. Over there, the manager became even more excited, staring fixedly at the person in front of him. "Ha ha ha, very soon you will also become my..." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a strong force hit him from the top of his head. He felt pain on his face, his body unsteady, and with a thud, he fell headfirst onto the ground. Even the power that belonged to the manager in his body was agitated, as if he could not control it and was about to break out of his body. "How can this be, you? His heart jumped. The next moment, his neck tightened, and he was directly lifted up by someone. Shinjing's cold face appeared in front of him instantly. Chapter 437. I forgot to tell you. Shinjing said word by word, I've seen a lot of intrusive managers like you. What? He didn't even have time to think about what Shinjing meant. In the next moment, a huge wave of pain assaulted him again. Shinjing grabbed the man and slammed him to the ground. Her movements were so fast that he looked like a shadow. He couldn't even see her movements clearly. The manager's power seemed to be suppressed by Shinjing as well. He couldn't fight back at all. For a moment, the entire divine realm reverberated with the sound of someone smashing people. Even the cries of pain disappeared. It was not that the other party did not want to shout, but that he did not have the chance to. Spectator I Ching, spectator Lone Moon. Suddenly, he understood where Shining learned her whack-a-mole style of fighting from. Not many people would be able to learn such a method. The two slacker students were trembling in fear. The entire celestial territory was collapsing even more violently under Shinjing's crazy attacks. The original night sky was like a tempered glass plate that had been smashed. There were densely packed cracks all around, and they were still falling down with a crash. I Ching and Lone Moon exchanged a look. Should they go and remind Big Boss Shin that this place was about to collapse? But, who would go? The two of them turned their eyes away silently. 5 minutes later, a certain big boss finally stopped smashing and smashing people. She changed to using her feet to kick. What's more, she purposely kicked a certain indescribable place, accompanied by angry roars. Bullying a child, you're very proud. Ha! Why don't you try bullying another one? How dare you make my littling cry? I've never made her cry before. What right do you have to do so? If you dare to touch my littling, I'll let you know why flowers are so red. Scum! Scum! Ugly! The two of them trembled again. They subconsciously clamped their legs together. Suddenly, they felt a faint pain in a certain place. Shinjing continued to kick for another 2 minutes. She only stopped when a ball of light rushed out of the invading manager's body. She reached out and threw out a blue translucent box. Instantly, the ball of blue light was sealed inside. And the person on the ground directly turned into spots of light and disappeared forever. Shinjing looked at the box in her hand, and her eyes darkened. Such dense management energy, it really destroyed many planes. She frowned and put the box away. Only then did she turn her head to look at the two bloody men who had finally recovered some strength. Her expression instantly turned cold. Next. It's your turn. She walked straight towards the two of them. Instantly, the domineering aura of a manager surged towards the two of them. It was a terrifying power that was completely different from that of the previous intruder. The two of them were instantly pinned to the ground, and the energy that they had just regained was instantly dispersed. Such a powerful and terrifying power made it impossible for anyone to even think of resisting. I've told you before. She walked closer step by step, her entire body filled with murderous intent. If anything happens to Littling, I'll never let you off. As soon as she finished speaking, a feeling that even her soul was being crushed spread throughout her body. She felt as if she would completely disappear in the next moment. No! A crisp child's voice rang out, and Littling suddenly rushed out. She opened her little hands and spread out in front of Shinjing. The pressure on the two of them was instantly relieved. Big sister, don't hurt Daddy and Mommy. Daddy and Mommy. Shinjing was shocked. Her gaze was like a knife that scraped the two of them on the ground. These two still dare to take advantage of me. *_*, hashtag you're courting death. As if realizing that she had said something wrong, Littling hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I know they're not, but I feel that they're just like Daddy and Mommy. They're both good people. Big sister, don't hit them. Littling. Shinjing's voice deepened. Move away. I've already told you not to take over. Forget it, you don't understand now anyway. Move away. Once I'm done with them, I'll bring you home. Littling. I'm not going back. She took a deep breath, as if to give herself courage. What did you say? Her little head instantly lowered, her eyes filled with tears. Littling is bad. She always causes big sister to get hurt. I'm not going back. If I don't go back, big sister won't get hurt. Shinjing was stunned. She stared closely at the person in front of her. A sour, bitter, and sweet feeling flashed across her heart. She stared at her for a long time before asking a completely unrelated question. How old are you now? Shining tilted her head, but still answered subconsciously, 3. No wonder. Shinjing sighed. As if recalling something, she squatted down and hugged the person in front of her. Not knowing whether to laugh or scold, she said, Why are you always so sensible at times like this? Silly, now, no one can hurt me anymore. Big sister. Shining was stunned. Thinking of the people behind her, she could not help but continue, then can big sister not be angry at them? Shinjing's expression turned cold. She turned to look at Yi Qing and Lone Moon in front of her. A trace of hesitation flashed across her eyes. She was used to eliminating all dangers that could threaten Littling, especially now that she was in such a situation. Only bringing her back was the right choice. But, they protected Littling just now. Littling emphasized anxiously again. Littling has to protect them too. If big sister really hits them, then I will. I will. She puffed her cheeks and said seriously, I will never talk to big sister again. Crack. Faintly, they heard the sound of something breaking. A stab to the heart. Yi Qing, Lone Moon, Shinjing, MD. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill these 2 wild men who abducted my little sister. Degree. In the end, Shinjing did not destroy the 2 wild men, although she really wanted to do so. But after all, it was her own little sister who had asked for mercy. What else could she do? Pamper her. Especially since Littling had just turned 3, and had not entered the rebellious phase yet. She really could not refuse. Glancing at Littling, who was nestled in her arms and had already fallen asleep from exhaustion, she sighed. She casually brought up a light screen and tapped on it. In the blink of an eye, the divine realm that was originally riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse began to recover rapidly. As if a scene was being replayed, the collapsed sky and ground began to fill up again. The cracks that filled the sky slowly disappeared. In less than half a minute, the surroundings were as good as before. Shinjing tapped on it again. The divine realm that was originally dark instantly turned into a green grassland. In the middle of the grassland, there grew a plane tree that covered the sky. Only, the branches were a little withered, as if it was sick. Because Shinjing thought it was too dirty, Yi Qing and Lone Moon, who had been healed by her, looked at that plane tree worriedly. Chapter 438. Shinjing waved her hand and a pile of familiar furniture appeared on the grass. There were a few sofas and a coffee table with a cup of steaming hot coffee on it. She walked directly to the largest sofa and placed the sleeping Littling gently on it. She took out a white device and with a beep, the device flew up and emitted a red light that swept across Shining. Rows of data flashed across the screen as if it was testing something. Yi Qing and Lone Moon exchanged a look and walked to the opposite side of Shinjing. They were just about to sit down. Did I allow you to sit? Shenjing suddenly spoke, her cold eyes sweeping over. The two trembled and immediately stood up, standing at attention by the sofa. Shenjing then retracted her gaze and picked up the coffee on the coffee table. She looked at the data in her hand as she drank. There was a strange silence in the room. The two who had been left to the side looked at each other, neither daring to make a sound. Big Boss Shen was serious this time. If not for Little Ying's cute killer move just now, she would have really killed them. Now that Little Ying was asleep, they had no backup. If they angered her again, she might really flip out again. The two looked at each other for a long time. After a while, they finally could not take it anymore. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Shin, may I be so bold to ask, what did Master experience when she was young? Why would she feel that she harmed Senior?" Shenjing then looked up, her cold eyes sweeping over and then back at the person on the sofa. Something flashed across her eyes. After hesitating for a while, she sighed and said, "It's all a long time ago. Since you're the person Shining likes, you'll be hers sooner or later. You should indeed know these." With that said, she put down the coffee in her hand and pointed to the sofa opposite her. "Sit down." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Qing then walked over and sat down. Lone Moon, who was beside him, subconsciously followed, but when Shenjing's eyes swept over him, his body trembled and he immediately stood back. Shenjing took a deep breath and said in a low voice after a while, "This has to start from when I became a manager. Shining and I." She subconsciously reached out and patted Little Ying gently, making a gesture to coax her to sleep. "We're actually twins." "What?" Lone Moon's eyes widened and he subconsciously replied, "You two are biological children. Didn't you give her to you for topping up your phone? Master said she was picked up from the trash." Yi Qing also replied. The corner of Shenjing's mouth twitched. Her cold gaze swept over them once again, instantly freezing the two of them. "Are you guys blind? If we weren't twins, how could we look so much alike?" "All right, you're the boss, whatever you say is right." Shenjing then continued, "We were originally just ordinary people, but before we were born, I was chosen by the world's consciousness to become a manager. At that time, the power that belonged to the manager entered my body. I had just awakened my consciousness, and before I could even begin to sense the situation around me, I instinctively began to absorb all the energy around me, so that..." Her gaze darkened, as if recalling something sad, before she continued, "So that I did not realize that Little Ying was by my side, so without my knowledge, I even absorbed her life force into my body." Their hearts sank. Without her life force, didn't that mean that Shining could not even be born? By the time I realized it, it was already too late. Shenjing frowned. She picked up the coffee beside her and took another sip before continuing, "I asked the world's consciousness to seal her consciousness and the last bit of her life force in my body, and wait for the right time to wake her up. The world's consciousness agreed, and then I became that world's manager." "Then Master?" Yi Qing asked worriedly. "I kept looking for a way to restore her life force, but I did not find it. Later, I thought that her life force disappeared because of the manager's power, perhaps I could use the same power to return it to her. I transferred half of my power to her, and her life force indeed recovered. But because it took too long, the consciousness that was sealed in my body fell into a deep sleep." She took a deep breath. "I thought of many ways, but I could not awaken her consciousness. Until 3,000 years later, there was a plane invasion, and I was in danger. Her consciousness suddenly woke up, and she helped me chase that invader away. From then on, she was considered to be fully alive, and I watched her grow up bit by bit." "What happened after that?" Lone Moon could not help but ask. As the younger sister of a manager, she should not have it so easy, right? The power of a manager is not something that ordinary people can bear. She picked up the coffee again, but found that it was already empty. She frowned and put it back. Because she carried my power in her body, her aura was the same as mine. That was why the invader thought that she was the manager. Although I was watching over her, from a young age, she was still kidnapped by all kinds of invaders who coveted the power of a manager countless times. In the past, I was not like this. What's more, I had already lost half of my power, so the price of saving her was slightly worse. Was that why Littling felt that she had implicated Xinjing? When Littling was 3 years old, I don't know where she found out about being an assistant. She suddenly told me that she wanted to grow up faster, and wanted to be my assistant. Xinjing sighed and shook her head. At that time, I thought that she was just doing it on a whim. But from then on, she never smiled at me even once, and never acted coquettishly to me again. She even secretly undid the seal that suppressed the power of a manager in her body, and almost killed herself. Only then did I know that she was serious. So when she turned 5, I agreed. But, becoming an assistant, that's not that easy. The two of them were stunned. They exchanged a look, and then looked up at her. Not easy. In the past, Xinjing had written them a piece of lousy paper. As if knowing what they were thinking, Xinjing gave them a look that said, "Only idiots like you think that you can become an assistant with a piece of lousy paper. As an assistant, you have to go through the test of the power of the plane before you have the right to become an assistant. And only when you break through the plane will the power of the plane appear. But if you force yourself to break through the plane, it is very likely that you will be directly swallowed by the turbidity. So we've been through that before." Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. Thinking back, when Chef came to find them, he did force himself to break through the plane. That was a test. But I didn't. How did he become an assistant? That's because you're lucky. Every time, there was someone who protected you through the back door. Xinjing rolled her eyes. You transmigrated a total of 3 times. The first time, it was the chaotic consciousness of this world that pulled you over with all its might. The second and third time, with Littling protecting you, of course you were fine. But that was considered forcefully crossing through the plane. After all, there was no pass. Lone Moon. So he was the only one who went through the back door. Forget it, no matter what, he went through the back door with his own ability. Chapter 439. Then Master, how did you become an assistant? I Ching continued to ask. Before I had absolute power, I could never agree to let Littling do something like crossing planes. So I thought of a compromise. Xinjing continued, when she was 5, I left her on the mother planet of the insect clan. That place was close to the border of the plane, there were remnants of plane power, plus the high combat power of the insect clan, it was the best training ground for her. Littling did not let me down. In less than 5 years, she completely controlled half of the manager power I left for her, and became a real plane assistant at the age of 15. She was basically in charge of everything in the plane, invasions that were not manager level did not require me to do anything. As if thinking of something to be proud of, Xinjing smiled. From then on, there were fewer and fewer invaders who had designs on our plane. It was probably because they sensed that Little Ying's power was getting stronger and stronger. As a result, she didn't have many opportunities to practice her skills. She basically relied on beating up those invaders to improve her abilities. But after Littling turned 25, there were no more invaders in the entire plane. Littling became stronger and stronger, and more she felt that ordinary invaders could not hurt her at all. Especially after the appearance of Sky Splitter, it was unknown where she learned to be so dispirited, but she began to slack off. Of course, there was no need to tell these wild men. The two listened quietly to Xinjing. Only then did they understand why the 3-year-old Xinjing would think this way, and why Shenjing would fly into a rage when she saw Shining was hurt. Because during the most difficult days, they were each other's only support. She had never thought that Shining, who was so strong, would be constantly in such a dangerous situation when she was young. Only by working hard to strengthen herself could she survive. So from the age of 3, she forced herself to be brave, to be determined, to grow up. For a moment, the three of them were silent. Until the testing machine beside them beeped, signaling the end of the test. It was only then that Shenjing seemed to wake up. She took the white device floating above Shenying's head and looked at the light screen in front of her. After a while, she said, "It's really like this." With that said, she turned and glared at the person sleeping soundly on the sofa. "This idiot. Senior, have you found out the reason why Master went into hibernation several times?" I Ching asked anxiously. Lone Moon also looked over nervously. "Yes, I guess so." Shenjing nodded and turned off the light screen in front of her. "I just said that half of my abilities are in her body. Although that was half of my power a long time ago, it's nothing compared to now. Is it because of this energy that Master fell asleep?" "Half of it is. The other half is due to overexertion." She glared at the person in front of her with some dissatisfaction before continuing to explain. After Shining took over this plane, she was already the real manager. Due to the fact that she had doubled the power of the plane, her strength had long since surpassed mine. Therefore, her body naturally repels the foreign energy that remains in her body. That's why Master. I Ching frowned. "Then why don't you cleanse this energy?" She asked his question directly and sighed helplessly. "It should be because you're afraid that I'll be angry. She's my little sister, and now she's the manager of this world, which means that she has nothing to do with the previous plane. She kept this half of her power, so that she can keep the last trace of connection with me." She turned to look at the person on the sofa again and touched her head. Even if she was repelled and fell into hibernation, she didn't want to make her angry. What a silly girl. Where did her education go wrong? How did she teach such a stubborn and intelligent little sister? Would it kill her to ask her? "Senior Shin, then can you please take the ability in Master's body?" I Ching asked tentatively. "You don't have to tell me that." Shenjing interrupted him and gave him a look like she was looking at an idiot. "She's my own little sister, I don't need a wild man like you to remind me, I'll spoil her myself." "Humph. If it weren't for the two of you acting smart and keeping the plane passage closed, I wouldn't have found out about her situation so late." She only rushed over when little Ying's crying unconsciously broke the plane seal. I Ching who thought he was smart, Lone Moon who thought he was smart, the two of them lowered their heads at the same time. Although they weren't the ones who sealed the plane, whatever the big boss said was right. Shenjing harumphed coldly once more before turning her head and reaching out her hand to touch Shenying's forehead. Instantly, a familiar wave of energy, as though it had finally found its place, rushed towards her joyfully. In less than 5 minutes, it had all returned to her body. And the body that was originally lying on the sofa suddenly began to grow bigger. The figure that originally occupied 1/3 of the sofa, instantly occupied the entire sofa. But there was still a familiar yet strange childishness between her brows. Isn't this the 15-year-old Shining? Lone Moon could tell at a glance. He originally thought that she would recover directly, didn't expect that she would only return to 15 years old. "I've said it just now, that half of my energy is only half the reason." Shenjing gave them a look as if they were deaf. The excessive consumption of opening up the plane previously still needs to rest. "Then Master, when will she recover?" I Ching asked. Shenjing seemed to think of something and raised her eyebrows. "This should be very soon." Before she finished speaking, the person on the sofa frowned and suddenly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Shenjing, who was sitting beside him. His sleepy face turned pale in an instant, and he exclaimed in horror, "Sis." The next moment, her whole body seemed to be electrified. Her whole body shook and she stood up with a whoosh. Because she got up too quickly, she even knocked into the coffee table in front of her with a bang. She subconsciously wanted to rub it but resisted the urge. Her whole body stood ramrod straight like a pencil, and she opened her mouth to answer, "I've finished my homework and work, really." She was definitely not lazing around and sleeping. I Ching, Lone Moon, Shen Jing, what kind of god-level conditioned reflex was this? Oh. Shen Jing frowned and instantly switched to the cold queen mode. Indeed, the grown-up littling was not cute at all, especially this one who hid the furthest from her during the rebellious period. Only then did Shening see Chef and Father Nyo at the side. She stiffened for a moment, as if she just remembered where she was. "Sister, you are now." Shen Jing glanced coldly at this not-cute sister and leaned back on the sofa before saying in a low voice, "I've already helped you deal with that invading manager." "Humph. I've taught you for so many years, you can't even deal with a few small things, and you still have the cheek to cry and ask me for help. All these years, where exactly have you learned?" Shen Ying's expression darkened and she directly lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. "Sister, I was wrong. What's the use of just knowing that you're wrong?" Shen Jing's expression did not soften at all. "If I knew you would be like this, I would not have agreed to let you take over this plane. If there's a next time, I can't be bothered to care about you." "All right, sister, I understand, sister. This plane is your own choice, I can't interfere too much. You're on your own." With that said, she directly opened the plane gate and went back without looking back. I Ching, Lone Moon, who exactly was that person who hugged Littling and called her sweetheart baby just now? Suddenly, he understood where Shen 15's awkward and venomous nature came from. Without a doubt, this was definitely a pair of 100% real sisters. Oh. Chapter 440. After Shen Jing left, there was a full 2 minutes of silence. The three of them finally relaxed, as though they had agreed to it beforehand. They all heaved a huge sigh of relief, and Lone Moon directly sat down on the sofa. Scared to death. She finally left. Boss Shen was much scarier than the invader. "Master." I Ching stepped forward with a worried expression. He looked Shening up and down. "Are you, alright? Did the intruder hurt you?" As he spoke, he was still worried as he pulled her hand to feel her pulse. Shening blushed. Her heart warmed. Was her boyfriend so worried about her? He was a qualified boyfriend. He deserved some encouragement. Thus, he tried to put on a smile and said seriously, "Humph. He's just an invader. I've seen many of them. How could he hurt me?" As she spoke, her cold gaze swept over the person in front of her. Remembering the injuries he had just suffered, she felt a little heartache, so she added, "Speaking of which, you've already grasped the true abilities of an assistant. How could you be so stupid as to get beaten up by an intruder?" Hit. Pfft, even Chef was looked down upon. Lone Moon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen Ying's gaze swept over. What right does another beaten dog have to laugh at others? Lone Moon. Hit +1 inch. Hey. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but say, that invader is the manager of another plane. He's the one who destroyed 10 planes. At least we held on for so long. What's more, who was that crying and calling for her parents just now? Shen Ying's face paled. She seemed to have just remembered. She froze. Although she didn't have a deep impression of going back to 3 years old, she still vaguely remembered some of it. The reason why Big Sister suddenly appeared here seemed, probably, really because she called her over. Her face darkened. So shameful. So embarrassing. She actually called for her parents to save her. This was definitely the biggest black mark in her 15 years. What to do? What to do? She embarrassed herself in front of her subordinates. Shin Sherwood panicked inwardly. Her face was still as cold as a mountain. She turned her head and said seriously, "Next, we have to solve the problem of the invader." Lone Moon, Ching, he was trying to change the topic, wasn't he? She didn't even dare to look at him. "Master, what's the problem?" I Ching heaved a sigh of relief and let go of her hand, giving his master a way out. "Naturally, it's about those small worlds." Shinning hurriedly opened a light screen. She didn't know if it was intentional, but it happened to cover her face. Very good, he had successfully changed the topic. For all, she pointed at the plane tree in front of them, her expression still cold. "Haven't you noticed that the plane tree hasn't recovered yet? Even the manager has come to invade, which proves that they have invaded the entire plane. Although the manager is dead, those who have already invaded the small world, if we don't deal with them quickly, they will still affect this world." Their faces darkened as they turned to look at the golden plane tree. It was indeed as Shining had said. The white lines that occupied the river of forgetfulness on the tree, although dimmer than before, showed signs of returning to gold, but did not disappear. The entire tree looked lishless, and leaves would occasionally fall to the ground. It looked malnourished. "Then what should we do?" Lone Moon frowned. There were really too many invaders. Just the ones that had invaded the immortal world were uncountable. And their bodies were that kind of invisible white light. Not only that, they could also invade people's consciousness. If the other party wanted to disguise themselves, they wouldn't be able to tell. We can't possibly search each small world, can we? How long would that take? What's more, most of those things occupied the river of forgetfulness. This was equivalent to a roaming crime. It was impossible to completely uncover them. Of course we can't search each and every one of them. Shen Ying's hand did not stop operating the light screen. Rows of data swept across it. She looked at it for a while before saying, "I analyzed that manager's data. Their existence is a beehive-like symbiotic model. Their original plane should have perished a long time ago. The manager is like the queen bee. Now that he's dead, the other invaders won't be able to survive for long. They'll slowly disappear as well. However, this might take decades to centuries." "So long." Lone Moon was shocked. He was a little anxious. Those things will invade people's consciousness. The longer they stay on people's bodies, the more it will consume their souls. If it was an immortal or a cultivator, it would be fine. They might be able to hold on for hundreds of years. But if it was immortal, the other party's soul would definitely dissipate. That's why I said we have to solve it quickly. Shining turned off the light screen and took a deep breath. Fortunately, most of them invaded the small world from the river of forgetfulness. It hasn't been long. Their auras haven't disappeared. I should be able to track them. Let's try to clear them all at once." As she spoke, she reached out and pressed her hand on the tree trunk. Chef, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stepped forward and held her hand. "Master." He looked at the person in front of him worriedly. He said with lingering fear, "Why don't, let me go first." Shen Jing said that her body had not fully recovered. He was really afraid that something unexpected would happen. Shining faltered. She tilted her head and said, "But you're not a manager. You can't control the entire plane." I Ching turned to look at the tree in front of him. For some reason, a strange feeling flashed across his heart. It was as if he could do it. "I'll just try once." "All right." Shining then stepped back. He stepped forward and pressed his hand on the tree trunk. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, something emanated from his body. Compared to the assistant's ability earlier, it was much gentler this time. For a moment, the whole tree rustled, as if it was responding to something. In a short while, the whole tree began to emit a golden glow. It became brighter and brighter. Even the surrounding grass seemed to be dyed gold. Suddenly, spots of white fluorescent light floated out of the tree. Like snowflakes, they spread out in all directions. The white patterns that occupied the river of forgetfulness on the tree also slowly disappeared. It returned to its original golden color. In less than 10 minutes, the originally withered tree seemed to have regained its vitality. Even the leaves that had fallen to the ground floated up and returned to the treetop like a playback. After another 10 minutes, the drifting white fluorescent light became lesser and lesser, until it completely disappeared. At this time, the plane tree had completely returned to its original state. I Ching then opened his eyes and retracted his hand. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the plane tree was stronger than before. Good job, chef. Lone Moon was also shocked. He had thought that he was only worried about Shining. He didn't expect that he really chased all the invaders out. I didn't expect you to have such an ability. Just by looking at the floating white light, one could tell how terrifying the number of intruders was. Although he had completely grasped the assistant's power, he really did not have the confidence to do this. Tell me, how did you do it? I don't know either. I Ching looked at his palm in a daze. The moment he touched the plane tree, he just did that subconsciously. Then those invaders disappeared. It was as if it was instinctive. Forget it. It's fine as long as it's settled. Lone Moon didn't mind. As he opened the transportation tunnel, he said, "Let's hurry back. I don't know how the sect is doing." I Ching nodded. He pulled Shining out of habit. "Master. Let's go home for dinner." Oh. Only then did Shining follow. She turned back to look at the plane tree, then at her boyfriend in front of her. She narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Huh? Could it be? Chapter 441. Invincible sect suffered a huge loss this time. Apart from the back hall and a few remote side halls, the entire heavenly palace was completely destroyed without exception. More importantly, many disciples were seriously injured, and some even injured their foundations. It would be difficult for them to improve their cultivation in the future. All the heavenly palaces were damaged, and more seriously. After Lone Moon returned to the sect, he joined in the post-war recovery work. For a few days, he was so busy that he was nowhere to be seen. Shining and I Ching, on the other hand, had nothing to do in the back hall. Perhaps because he felt that he could not count on these two, Lone Moon did not even have the desire to grab them. Shining did not know if it was because she had just recovered, but ever since she ate a lot on the day she came back, she ate less and less. From 5 meals a day, she slowly reduced to 3 meals a day. But she slept longer and longer, sometimes she would doze off while eating. I Ching was very worried at first, but after a few days, he realized that she was not hibernating, but simply wanted to sleep after eating, so he relaxed and let her be. But every time she was sprawled on the table, he carefully carried her back to the room. After this happened many times, there would inevitably be a few times when Shining would wake up in the middle and look at him strangely. I Ching vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he could not figure it out. But since then, Shining always asked him the same question. "Chef, take off your pants, I won't laugh at you." "Chef, take it off, my sister did not kill you that day, maybe you are fine." "Chef, the weather is quite hot today, how about I help you take off your pants to cool down?" "Chef, take it off, I just want to take a look, okay?" Chef, don't go back tonight, sleep with me, the kind where you take off your pants. I Ching, chef, who was a beginner, shivered. With a master who wanted to take off his pants all the time, what should he do? It was quite urgent, cooking and waiting. But every time, she looked serious and serious, like she could not be more serious. Every day, she thought of all kinds of ways, staring at his pants. She was just short of forcefully pressing him onto the bed. Shining, every day, he secretly carried her to the bed, secretly kissed her many times, but never made a move. I'm sure. He must have been beaten up by Big Sis before. There's a shadow in his heart. How pitiful. Shen Ying's behavior continued for half a month. She watched as a certain someone became more and more impatient and was about to make a move. I Ching had no choice but to take a step back. With some trepidation, he said, Master, if you're willing, when Father Nyo is done with his work, we'll get married, how about that? After we get married, I'll. Ha. Shining paused. Get married, get married. Her face turned red. Was her boyfriend asking her for a title? However, it didn't seem impossible. As the saying goes, falling in love without the purpose of marriage is a hoodlum. All right. She thought for a moment and nodded hard. Then, she climbed down from Chef's body and let go of the hand that was still holding onto her pants. I won't be a hooligan. I Ching. Wasn't it just now? Then tomorrow morning, I'll go and discuss it with Father Nyo. I Ching immediately stood up from the bed. Rest early, master. After saying that, he quickly walked out as if he was escaping, but his footsteps were especially messy, as if he would fall if he was not careful. Until he walked all the way out of the courtyard. The emotions that he had been suppressing finally exploded. His heart sounded as if it was about to explode. Huge ecstasy spread throughout his body. Instantly, he could not stand properly. He squatted down to cover his slightly hot face. The corner of his mouth turned up in an arc that he had never seen before. Was he dreaming? Master. Master really, agreed. Before Chef went to find Father Nyo, he took the initiative to come over. As if there was something, he rushed over early in the morning. Glancing at the table that was filled with breakfast but no one was sitting, he turned to look at I Ching who came out of the kitchen. Chef, where's Shining? Is she still not awake? Not yet. I Ching replied casually. Master had been waking up later and later these few days. What time is it already? She's still not up. Was she planning to eat breakfast and lunch together? The corner of his mouth twitched. Subconsciously, he walked towards the house. I have something to discuss with her. He walked to the door, but suddenly stopped. As if remembering a certain someone's temper after waking up, he raised his hand and did not knock. I Ching also walked over. Just as he was about to speak, the door suddenly opened from the inside with a click. Shining, with her messy hair, looked up and glanced at the two of them. Waving her hand in greeting, she said, Morning. What morning? It's almost noon. Lone Moon subconsciously retorted. I Ching, who was at the side, stiffened. He stared straight at the person in front of him, his eyes widening. He stepped forward and said anxiously, Master, Chef, I'm so hungry. Shining said directly. I Ching was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously, he said, breakfast is ready. Lunch was almost ready too. All right, I have something to discuss with you. Lone Moon grabbed Shen Ying's hand and dragged her to the table like a sack. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Shining seemed to be heavier. It was definitely because she had eaten too much these few days. Lone Moon sat down at the table and looked at the person opposite him who had already started eating her buns. Then, he glanced at Chef who was handing her buns. After hesitating for a while, he said in a low voice, "There's a problem that I've been thinking about for a long time." This time, the invincible heavenly palace suffered heavy losses. A few of their disciples were seriously injured. Those were invaders after all. It's normal for them to lose. All in all, they were implicated by us. Those people came for them. He sighed and frowned before continuing. There will be more and more such things in the future. I'm afraid that when the time comes. So I'm thinking if it's time for us to let go. The master and disciple were stunned for a moment. They looked up at him together. What did he mean? I don't want the sect that we built up to be involved in the plane's affairs every time. It was their responsibility to protect this plane. There was no need to drag Invincible sect into this. He could not guarantee that he would be able to protect them every time. In the current immortal realm, even without us, Yu Hong, Lan Hua and Little Black are enough to protect this sect. Have you thought it through? I Ching asked. Although this sect was built by the three of them, in reality, the entire sect was almost pulled up by Lone Moon alone. At most, they would only come out occasionally to support the sect. Lone Moon nodded. Ever since the invasion this time, he had understood that protecting a plane was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. They could not watch Invincible sect all the time. Moreover, in those 3,000 years, didn't they do very well? I'm not saying that we will leave directly. It's just that in the future, we will try not to interfere with the sect's affairs. The master and disciple exchanged a look. After a while, Shining replied, "Oh." Lone Moon's mouth twitched. What did she mean by "oh"? I Ching immediately explained, "You can decide. Master and I have no objections." All right, then it's settled. Lone Moon looked at Shining. Yu Hong was in charge of the sect for 3,000 years. It's most suitable for her to hand Invincible sect over. I'll make arrangements now. In a few days, we will hold the inauguration ceremony. Shining, you can officially pass the position of sect master to her. Me? Shining paused and tilted her head. That's right. Lone Moon nodded. Then, he thought of something and glared at her. Don't tell me you've forgotten that you're the sect master. Oh. Shining took a bite of her bun and replied lazily, so troublesome. Troublesome my ass. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. It's settled then. I'll make a move first. With that said, he got up and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped. Wait, troublesome. He turned around abruptly and looked at a certain figure in disbelief. She was sprawled on the table like a pile of mud, gnawing on a bun. His eyes widened. Holy shit. Shining. Chapter 442. Hey, Father Nyo. Shining waved her hand out of habit. Yo, your mother. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He flew back like the wind and sized up the person in front of him. She was indeed taller than she was a few days ago, especially that familiar laziness about her. That's right, this was the real Shining. You should have told me earlier. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. Shining chuckled and handed a bun over. Want some? Eat your sister. Lone Moon snatched it away and stuffed it into his mouth as if to vent his anger. He looked like he was going to eat someone up, but his eyes scanned the person in front of him worriedly. When did you recover? Just now. She was just sleeping. Completely fine. Yeah. He was fine anyway. It won't shrink again. It's very difficult. Lone Moon stared at her for a long while before heaving a sigh of relief. It's good that you've recovered. She had thought that it would take her a few more years. She hadn't expected it to be so soon. Although it was a good thing that the cheat Shin could recover, why was he so unhappy? Especially when he thought about how he would never be able to see Littling again, he hated this cheater in front of him even more. If something like this happens again, can't you inform us earlier? If it happened a few more times, they really wouldn't be able to handle it. Don't mind the details. Details my ass. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed the irritation in his heart. The matter of the succession has to be carried out quickly. He could not drag the invincible sect down with him. Oh. Don't you have anything to say? In any case, you are the sect leader. There is one. Shining put down the bun in her hand and said seriously, Father Nyo, if you don't care about invincible sect anymore, then in the future, will you still give us our living expenses? Lone Moon, Iching, Scram. As for the matter of passing on the position, Lone Moon had thought that it was just a matter of passing on the legacy of the sect. He did not expect that Yu Hong would be so unwilling to accept the position of the sect master. No, it wasn't just Yu Hong. The entire sect was adamant. Elder Lone Moon, are you testing me? No matter what, I will never accept the position of sect master, and no one in the sect will either. Elder Lone Moon, in my heart, there is only one sect master in Invincible Sect. Alive, we are sect master's disciples. Dead, we are sect master's disciples. Now that sect master is still around, how can we replace him and go against our superiors? Elder Lone Moon, you don't have to persuade me anymore. As long as I'm a disciple, I'll always be the sect master's disciple. Elder Lone Moon, if I've done anything wrong, please punish me severely. But please don't put me in an unjust, disloyal, and unfilial state. Yu Hong spoke righteously and with a serious expression. She was just short of making a heart demon oath. Most importantly, the surrounding disciples were nodding their heads in agreement. They even frequently cast him condemning gazes. Lone Moon, F***CK, what did he do? He just wanted to pass on his position. Hey, wasn't this a very normal thing in the Immortal Sect? They all looked like they would go to hell if he asked them to change their sect master. Where did they come from? After so many years, he didn't create a sect, but an evil cult. In the end, Lone Moon compromised and settled for the next best thing. Instead of choosing a new sect master, he would choose an elder. She would take over his and chef's duties, but she would also manage the entire sect. In any case, Shining was just a mascot. This time, she accepted without hesitation and promised that she would do her best to make Invincible Sect flourish. Lone Moon. Do you guys have some misunderstanding about a sect master? And what was with this feeling of grievance? In the end, Lone Moon still chose the two guardians. Yu Hong was the left guardian, and she was in charge of everything in the sect. The right guardian was Siyu. She was in charge of teaching the disciples. After Siyu returned from the lower realm, she seemed to have gained new enlightenment. Not long ago, she successfully went through the tribulation and her cultivation level rose to young emperor. She was also the first among this batch of disciples to ascend to emperor. As for Lan Hua, given that he had paid rent for so many years and had contributed the most during the reconstruction of the Heavenly Palace, Lone Moon waved his hand. He finally settled his residency problem and officially became a member of Invincible Sect, the kind that did not have to pay rent. Lan Hua was so excited that he emptied his storage bag. This time, it was not because he was being kind. He did it willingly. It was not easy to get a foreign residency. Actually, he had stayed in Invincible Sect for so many years not only because he was used to it, but also because there was no place in the entire immortal realm that could provide him with all kinds of materials for alchemy, talismans, and weapon arrays. Because the entire sect was made up of body cultivators, no one had any use for those materials, and no one fought with him for them. Moreover, he had a good friend like Radish. He could grow all kinds of immortal herbs and find all kinds of weapon refinement materials. As an all-round cultivation maniac, where else could he find such a good place? Only a fool would leave. That was why Lanhua had made up his mind to stay here a long time ago. After thousands of years of hard work, he finally became a member of Invincible Sect. Life was perfect. But he seemed to have forgotten that every once in a while, Lone Moon would rob his storage bag. That was the fact that he was still a pauper. Because of the change in duties, the original inauguration ceremony became a promotion ceremony. In addition, there was the matter of Siyu suddenly becoming an empress. Lone Moon decided to do these two things together. All the continents were still very respectful. Although all the heavenly palaces suffered losses in the previous invasion, they all came. Under the witness of everyone, Lone Moon passed the position of elder to Yu Hong and Siyu. He also announced that he would retire behind the scenes. He also passed the jade flute that he had used for many years to Yu Hong as a keepsake. From then on, he really did not care about anything related to Invincible Sect. Even the account books were thrown out. He let go completely. Shining looked at the pastries that were being emptied very quickly. She quickly took the last 2 pieces and finally expressed her objection. Father Nyo, why don't you take the account books back? Why? Lone Moon turned and glanced at her. He thought of something and said with some relief, now you know how difficult it is to manage a sect. So now you feel sorry for me. Shining looked at the empty plates on the table. No, she felt sorry for the pastries. You don't have anything else? Lone Moon, who usually disappeared for days, had been sitting here for a long time. Lone Moon was stunned. He looked at Shining and then at Chef beside her. Suddenly, he thought of something. His mouth twitched and he said in a disdainful tone, don't tell me the two of you think I'm interrupting your public display of affection. That's why you want to chase me away. Guys who only cared about the opposite sex. Indeed, a grown girl cannot be kept at home. That's right, Chef. He thought of something and turned to look at Chef. I forgot to ask you. A few days ago, you suddenly sent me a message saying that you had something to discuss with me. What was it about? I Ching's face paled. The hand that was pouring tea trembled and the tea spilled out. A look of panic flashed across his face. He said anxiously, nothing. Lone Moon was stunned. You didn't sound like it that day. Didn't you say that it was about you and Shin, Father Nyo? He suddenly interrupted loudly. The panic in his eyes deepened. He picked up the empty plate on the table and said, there are no more pastries. I'll go make some more. With that said, he turned and rushed into the kitchen. Even his footsteps were a little messy. Lone Moon, what was going on? He could not help but turn to look at a certain foodie. What did you make this time? Chapter 443. Ha! Shining was stunned. What has it got to do with me? What ha? Lone Moon rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you can't tell that Chef has been acting weird these few days. He seemed to be out of it every day, and would even stare blankly at Shining from time to time. Who would believe that it had nothing to do with her? Really? She really couldn't tell. Why not? He gave her a "are you blind" look. I think it should be about that night. Oh yes. It was the first night of your recovery. He suddenly sent me a message in the middle of the night, saying that he had something to discuss with me. He even confirmed it 4 or 5 times. I couldn't sleep the whole night. Tell me, what happened that night? Shining tilted her head and thought about it. Something flashed across her eyes. A moment later, she said casually, nothing big. She glanced at the table that didn't even have a single fruit. She could only pour herself a cup of tea and pass one to Father Nyo. Then she continued, "It was that night that he proposed to me." Pft! Lone Moon spat out a mouthful of tea. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Proposal. Had they already reached this stage? And how was a proposal not a big deal? Then you agreed. I agreed. Shining replied naturally. After all, I was only 15 years old then. I didn't know much about the world. Holy shit. No wonder Chef was acting so strangely. Could it be that the matter he wanted to discuss with him that night was about his marriage with Shining? Wait. Loneman's mouth twitched. He looked Shining up and down. You're not going back on your word now, are you? Am I that kind of unreliable person? Shining looked at him. Yes. Lone Moon nodded without hesitation. Shin Ying's mouth twitched. She sighed and slumped on the table. So troublesome. Troublesome my ass. Lone Moon glared at her. Based on the current situation, he will definitely think that you're regretting it. What exactly do you plan to do? It had been so many days. She should give him a definite answer. She couldn't let Chef continue worrying about his gains and losses. Shining tilted her head and glanced at him. A moment later, she seemed to have made a decision. She sat up straighter and said, "All right." She turned towards the kitchen and shouted, "Chef." "Master." The busy figure inside paused and glanced over. He subconsciously walked over with a plate of pastries in his hand. "Master, you called me he." Before he could finish, Shining suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. She pulled him down forcefully and kissed him on the lips. Then, she said slowly, "Chef, come to my room when it gets dark." Clang! A certain someone's hand trembled, and the pastries in his hand immediately fell to the ground. He still maintained his posture of bending over, and his whole body froze on the spot as if he had been petrified. I Ching, Lone Moon, hey, I'm still here. Can't you guys pay attention to your image? Can't you show some love to dogs? You haven't left yet. Shining turned and glanced at him. Lone Moon pursed his lips. Why should I leave? This is a public place. Shin Ying's eyes narrowed. What you said makes sense. Then let's go. With that said, he stood up and pulled Chef, who was still in a state of shock, into the house. Some things didn't have to be done at night. Lone Moon, shit. What was with this feeling of being forced to eat dog food, and he was the one who took the initiative to stuff it into his mouth? So, why on earth did he have to be so cheap to ask about such things? Shining pulled Chef all the way back to the room until she pressed him firmly onto the bed. It was only then that Chef reacted. His entire body was as red as an exploding tomato. Moss. Master, you. He subconsciously wanted to get up, but his hands were suddenly pulled up high. Shin Ying's hand was directly above his head. He couldn't move at all. He looked up and realized that Shining was already sitting on top of him. Her eyes, which usually carried a hint of laziness, seemed to be shining with a different light. It made him feel hot all over for no reason. Chef. She suddenly leaned closer. Her warm breath immediately brushed past the side of his ear. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was clearly two simple words, but he could hear some lingering emotions in them. I suddenly remembered, when I was 15, there was always something I didn't do. Why don't I do it today? WH. What? I Ching only felt his mind go blank. He stared blankly at the person in front of him. His whole body felt like it was on fire. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill below his body. He heard a tearing sound. Shining suddenly reached out and tore a piece of his Dharma robe, along with a piece of his belt. Her eyes even swept across a certain embarrassing part of him, intentionally or unintentionally. Master! I Ching was shocked. His eyes widened and he subconsciously wanted to move. Suddenly, he felt a burst of warmth on his lips, and a pair of soft lips pressed against his. It was different from before when they parted after just a touch. The softness lingered on his lips, making him yearn for more. He subconsciously opened his mouth. In the next moment, something with the sweetest taste in the world flowed straight to the bottom of his heart. It was so beautiful that he had the urge to cry. Instantly, he felt the whole world blur. He had never been so satisfied before, as if he had obtained everything in the world. He instinctively began to respond, as if he wanted to keep everything, or yearn for more. Moss. Master. Master, be good. A familiar voice murmured in his ear. I will be gentler. Her hand moved down slowly. It looked like it was about to reach a certain unspeakable place. I Ching shuddered slightly, as if he had suddenly woken up. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly broke free from Shenying's hand. Master! His face was so red that it was dripping blood. He panted lightly, but he still looked stubbornly at the person in front of him. He asked anxiously, Are you still agreeing to marry me? Shenying hesitated. A look of difficulty flashed across her face. I Ching felt a chill in his heart. The burning sensation he felt just now faded away in an instant. There was a slight pain in his heart. He felt wronged for some reason. His eyes became wet. Chef, you know, it's not that simple. So, it still won't work. Marriage definitely won't work now. Shenying sighed and said earnestly, The key is to see when you can take a beating from my sister. The kind where she beats you to death. Ha! I Ching was stunned. His eyes widened. Master, you mean, you've seen my sister's combat power. With your current cultivation, if you want to marry me, what do you think your chances of surviving are? There was 100% chance that he would be beaten to death. Moreover, he would be beaten to a pulp. So, Master, you actually agree. He could not help but grab her hand, anxious to confirm. Ha! Shenying was stunned. She looked at him strangely. Didn't I agree a few days ago? His face was wild with joy. He directly reached out and hugged the person in front of him. He was so happy that he wanted to jump out a few times. Master, Master. Great. So Master was willing. So, can we continue? Master. I Ching turned over and carried the person on top of him to the inside of the bed. Just when Shenying thought he was going to take the initiative, he suddenly sat up. With a determined expression, he said, I will definitely work hard to defeat Senior Shin. Master, you have to wait for me. I will go cultivate now. With that said, he turned over and got off the bed. He did not even care about his torn clothes. He pulled up his pants and disappeared from the room in a flash, leaving a certain someone confused. Shenying, a gust of cold wind blew. Was it too late to break up now? That's why I said, dating your sister. Degree. Chapter 444. Invincible's sect had already been officially handed over to Yu Hong's batch of disciples. Lone Moon would still give them a few pointers at first, but as the sect slowly got on the right track, he completely let go. It was also time to leave. His plan was very good. Now that Shenying had recovered, they had nothing to worry about. But the Three Realms was not as normal as it seemed on the surface. Who knew how many more problems were hidden inside? Whether it was Hong Meng, Song Ren, or that mushroom world, they were all not small problems. Shen Jing was not wrong at all. What the god fiend and the others left behind was a terrible mess. After they stepped in, they found that the ground was full of holes. That was why they could not sit still and wait for death. To prevent another manager invasion, something so serious that it could not be cleaned up, it was better to take the initiative. That was why they had to check the small worlds one by one. On one hand, they could completely familiarize themselves with this plane, and on the other hand, they could find all the holes. Loneman's plan was very good. He had even collected a compendium of delicacies in the three realms, prepared for Shen Ying's temporary laziness. But he did not expect that before Shen Ying objected, Chef suddenly did not want to do it. He even suddenly said that he wanted to go into seclusion to raise his cultivation. At first, he thought he heard wrong. Was he kidding? With that little cheat of his, did he need to raise his cultivation? What's more, they were plain assistants. They themselves were the peak of this world's combat power, especially after they had completely mastered the abilities of assistants. The so-called cultivation, in their eyes, was just data that could be adjusted at will. There was no need to raise it. Unless they met another invader like the last time, otherwise in the entire three realms, only Shen Ying and he could fight him. But Chef seemed to be determined this time. No matter what Lone Moon said, he did not change his mind. The next day, he took his sword to the training field in the sect, looking like he was going to practice the heart sword technique. Then, with one sword, he split the training field. Straight face, yet he did not seem to see his destructive power clearly. In the next few days, he either destroyed this hall with sword chi or burned that palace with sorcery. Loneman's heart tightened. He could faintly hear the sound of immortal stones flowing out of his storage bag. You have to do something. He could not stop him, so he called someone who could. Shen Ying glanced over lazily. Her shoulders drooped as if she could fall asleep at any moment. I'm not full. I don't have the energy to care. Didn't you just eat? Lone Moon glared at her. She suddenly turned and glanced at him. Her gaze was indescribably strange. Lone Moon could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. She shook her head and sighed. A naive single dog. You don't understand. Lone Moon heard a sizzling sound and faintly felt that he had been stabbed somewhere. What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. She once again glanced at a certain someone who was practicing his sword in the distance. Soon, he would realize that practicing like this was useless. If the invincible heavenly palace had not been destroyed by then. Lone Moon frowned. Say, what did you say to Chef the other day? Why was he like this the next day? Nothing much. Shen Ying sighed. She wanted to have something, but she didn't have the time, did she? I only told him that if he wanted to marry me, he might be beaten to death by my sister. Lone Moon was stunned. That was possible. Isn't the end result of being in love indescribable? Hey! Watch your words. Do you want to be locked up? I didn't say that he didn't have a certificate, but he insisted on taking the right path. It was just a certificate. What's more, he was not from that plane. He would probably only get a fake certificate. Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether I get married or not. So you don't want to give him a certificate? Father, no. Shen Ying rarely asked seriously. Are you sword cultivators all so stubborn? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He retorted, are you body cultivators all so casual? Shen Ying, tell me honestly. Lone Moon patted her on the shoulder and said seriously, is it Chef that you like? Or Chef's body? Can't I like his cooking? Sect Master, Elder. As they spoke, Yu Hong flew over from afar. She seemed to know that Yi Qing was practicing his swordplay not far away. She set up a defensive array around her to prevent herself from getting hurt by the sword chi that filled the sky. She landed near the two of them and bowed. The Emperor of East Sui has been waiting outside the Heavenly Palace for a long time. He says he has something important to discuss with you. Lone Moon frowned. Yu Hong, I've already said that you and Siyu will handle the matters of the sect. You don't have to ask me for help with these things. You can handle them yourselves. No. Yu Hong glanced at the figure not far away before continuing to explain. He wants to see Elder Yi Qing. I've already asked him, but he refused to say what it was about. He only said that it was an important matter and that he had to see Celestial Emperor Yi Qing personally. He's looking for Chef. Lone Moon paused. Then he remembered that apart from the 10 Celestial Emperors, Yi Qing was the one in charge of the Heavenly Palace in the eyes of outsiders. He was the rightful Celestial Emperor of the Bo Sea. East Sui. Why does this place sound so familiar? The Emperor of East Sui is Yu Tsang, Yu Hong reminded. He's the one who was late at the Immortal Gathering. Oh. The one who played the role of the good guy. Lone Moon finally remembered. Wasn't he the one who supported Lan Hua and opposed Yi Qing the last time? Lone Moon suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Last time, those country emperors thought they were clever and tried to cause conflict between Chef and Lan Hua. Instead, they went for wool and came home shorn. Instead, because of the immortal contest pills, they caused internal strife among themselves. After that, he no longer paid attention to these things. However, he occasionally heard from his disciples that out of the 15 country emperors, nearly half of them had really been ousted by the younger generation. Why is this person still a country emperor? Lan Hua had refined more than 100 immortal contest pills. Lone Moon had only given them 15. After that, he secretly leaked some of the pills out to add fuel to the fire. After all, those who consumed the pills that day were all trusted aides of the country emperors. However, this Yu Tsang was the only one who played the role of the bad guy and took the lead in stirring up trouble. Whether it was in the light or in the dark, the other country emperors should have kept their distance from him. Logically speaking, this East Sui should be the most chaotic country. Why hadn't he been ousted yet? What was even more unbelievable was that he actually came to see Chef instead of Lan Hua. East Sui is a little special. Yu Hong explained, it is rumored that the immortals in charge of the various regions of East Sui, as well as the various city lords, are mostly immortals who ascended from the same realm. Among them, the Yu clan had the most. They were an aristocratic family of cultivators in the lower realms, and it was rare for them to be able to maintain this status after entering the higher realms. Perhaps because we're from the same realm, we've always been more united than other countries. That's rare. Lone Moon paused. There were very few cultivators who could become immortals. Although there were many immortals in the celestial realm, they had all ascended from the vast 3,000 worlds. And this 3,000 did not only refer to the 3,000 worlds, the real number was far more than this. For a single world to produce so many immortals, it was clear that it was also a world with extremely dense spirit chi. It was no wonder that Yu Tsang was still able to sit firmly on the monarch seat. It was because of the same interest group behind him. Lone Moon didn't know what urgent matter it was that made him come all the way to Chef. Lone Moon's interest was suddenly piqued. He nodded at Yu Hong and said, since the monarch wishes to meet us personally, we naturally have to meet him. Yu Hong, bring them to the front hall. We'll be there soon. Yes. Only then did she turn and fly away. Lone Moon nudged the drowsy Shining beside him again. He pointed at Chef and said, hey, it's time to work. Call him over. Oh. Shining then looked into the distance and called out lazily, Chef. The figure over there paused. Even the sword chi that filled the sky paused. In the next moment, Chef's figure appeared beside her. He looked at Shining with shining eyes. Master. You called for me. Someone wants to meet you. Lone Moon said immediately. Stop practicing. Let's go to the front hall first. Chef frowned, obviously unwilling. He glanced at Shining, but still followed. The three of them then walked towards the front hall. They had just taken 2 steps when Iching's eyes could not help but look at the person beside him. He clenched his fists by his side. After a while, he suddenly reached out like a thief and grabbed Shinying's hand at an extremely fast speed. He carefully tightened his palm. Seeing that the other party did not resist, a silly smile appeared on his face. A large patch of red spread from his face. Lone Moon, who had been watching the whole process. Motherf asterisk cur. He was just walking and he was being fed dog food. Wait. Where are the 2 of you going? This way. Chapter 445. When they reached the front hall, the Emperor of East Sui, Yutsang, was already waiting inside. Seeing the 3 of them enter, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully in Yi Qing's direction. Yutsang greets the Celestial Emperor. His posture was unbelievably humble, completely different from his previous indignant self. The 3 of them ignored him and walked straight up. Shining sat on the main seat and slumped lazily on the chair, one hand on the armrest. Yi Qing stood at the side, habitually taking out a few plates of pastries and placing them on the small table beside him. Lone Moon, on the other hand, turned around and sat down on the chair closest to him. He smiled at Yutsang, who looked a little uneasy. Young Emperor Yu, what brings you to my invincible heavenly palace? Could it be that I sent the wrong message and you're actually here to look for Emperor Lan Hua? Lone Moon deliberately reminded Yutsang kindly. Why don't I call him over now? No. Yutsang broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly denied. Young Emperor, you misunderstand. I am indeed here to see Celestial Emperor Yi Qing. That's strange. Lone Moon laughed coldly. If I remember correctly, didn't young Emperor Yu say in front of all the country emperors and fellow immortals that he only knew of Celestial Emperor Lan Hua and did not know of Celestial Emperor Yi Qing? Yes. I misspoke. Please forgive me, Celestial Emperor. Yutsang's legs turned to jelly and he fell to his knees. No matter how Celestial Emperor deals with me, I am willing to accept my punishment. Lone Moon paused. Logically speaking, he should be a very arrogant person if he could take the lead to cause trouble. Lone Moon did not expect him to cower so quickly. He even knelt down to admit his guilt without a second word. Lone Moon suddenly felt that the matter he was here for today must not be that simple. But this matter is my own doing. It has nothing to do with East Sui or the people of Bosi. He looked up at Yi Qing, who was seriously handing food to Shining. Yi Qing did not even look at him. Yutsang stiffened and turned to Lone Moon. The matter I am here for today is very important. It concerns the entire immortal realm. Only Celestial Emperor Yi Qing can help. Oh. Lone Moon was a little curious now. What exactly is it that Chef Yi Qing can't solve? Yutsang's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, Emperor, my East Sui country is located on an island east of the Bo Sea. There were many immortals, but in recent years, no new immortals had ascended. At first, we didn't know the reason either. We thought it was because the cultivators of the lower realms didn't have the opportunity. He raised his head and glanced at the few of them. His eyes darkened before he continued. But a while ago, the city lord of East Sui's #1 city, Chongqing, sent a letter saying that one of his nephews in the lower realm originally had extremely high potential to cultivate to immortality. Moreover, he had long divined his fate, and he would definitely ascend to immortality. However, for some reason, it suddenly fell during the tribulation and was unable to ascend. Only then did we notice something strange. Lone Moon frowned and glanced at him. Cultivation is an act that goes against the heavens. Any small change, even a single thought, could trigger a mental demon and affect your ascension. There's no such thing as being destined to ascend. Of course, Shening was an exception. Moreover, countless people have fallen during the tribulation of ascension. What's so strange about that? Even if no one ascended for a few years, it's very normal. No, there must be something wrong with the lower realm. Before he could finish, Yucang blurted out anxiously, East Sui has never had no immortals ascend for a few years. And I heard. He glanced at Yi Qing in front of him and gritted his teeth. I heard that not long ago, a very strange blue realm gate appeared at the border of the immortal and demonic realms. It seemed to have something to do with the lower realm. So, I'm guessing that the realm gate that connects the East Sui country to the lower realm has a problem as well. That's why no one ascended to immortality. Realm gate. Lone Moon fell silent. His heart tightened as he turned to look at Chef. It's nothing. As if he knew what Lone Moon wanted to ask, Chef shook his head. I've checked it. With that said, he handed the tea in his hand to Shening. The last time he repaired the plane tree, he specially checked the realm gate. There were no abnormalities. Celestial Emperor Yi Qing, there must be a reason why Chongqing City Lord's nephew died. Seeing that they did not believe him, Yucang said anxiously, the sacred arrival realm he's in has always been rich in spirit qi. Many immortals in East Sui come from that realm. But in recent years, no cultivators have ascended. Although a few years is not a long time, one day in the immortal realm is 100 years in the lower realm. Now tens of thousands of years have passed. No one has ascended in 10,000 years, how can there be any abnormalities? These words seem to make sense, but... Young Emperor Yu, have you forgotten that when cultivators ascend to the upper realm, the location of the immortal ascension stage is always uncertain? No one has ascended in your East Sui, yet you don't allow people to ascend to other continents. This is not like giving birth to children, where they can give birth to children. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Yucang. Or is it that young Emperor Yu is so sure that there are abnormalities in the lower realm because you have some other information and know in advance where they will ascend from? Yucang's face paled. He looked guilty as if he had been exposed. His eyes darted around frantically. After a while, he gritted his teeth, cupped his fists and knelt even straighter. Please forgive me, Celestial Emperor. I did use some tricks. He looked up at Lone Moon, then glanced at Yi Qing, who did not even spare him a glance. Then, with some guilt, he said, I was once in the Yulin immortal domain and was fortunate enough to find an ancient array formation. This array formation can create a kind of connection between cultivators from the same realm. That's why I set up this array formation in the various cities of East Sui, so that immortals who have just ascended can quickly meet up with people they know. That's why East Sui has always been so prosperous. Lone Moon glanced at him. So this was the reason why he had not been removed. Celestial Emperor Yi Qing. Yucang continued to speak to Chef anxiously. My powers are low. I can't find out what the problem is with the research. This matter is very serious. You are a divine being, I'm sure you have a way. Please, Celestial Emperor, follow me to East Sui and investigate this thoroughly. I'm not going. Before he could finish, Yi Qing rejected him. He still had to cultivate and marry his master. Why would he go? Celestial. Celestial Emperor. Yutsong was stunned. He did not expect I Ching to reject him so decisively. He turned to Lone Moon for help. Young Emperor Lone Moon, go back first. Lone Moon did not agree directly. We have our own plans for this. But Yutsong still wanted to say something. Lone Moon had already turned around and waved his hand. Men, send young Emperor Yu out. Yutsong had no choice. He looked back and forth at the few people in the hall, then left reluctantly. Only when Yutsong was sent out of the heavenly palace did Lone Moon turn to I Ching. Chef, what do you think? I Ching frowned. As he peeled a fruit, he replied, there are many loopholes. He did not tell the truth, but there might be something. I think so too. Lone Moon nodded. This Yutsong must be hiding something. What's more, what I find strange is his attitude towards the lower realm. I Ching turned back to look at him. Logically speaking, after ascending to immortality, one would naturally be indifferent to everything in the lower realm. Lone Moon frowned. Those who are going through the tribulation of ascension need to cut off all ties with the mortal world, and completely end all worldly matters. Only then can they ascend safely. Or like roasted chicken gal and her husband, if they have the ability to withstand the lightning tribulation, they can bring others along to ascend. Is that so? Shining, who was nibbling on a fruit, suddenly looked up. I'm not talking about you, shut up. Cheats should not participate in the discussions of us ordinary people. Go eat your fruit. Oh. She continued to nibble. So. Lone Moon continued to look at Chef. There are so many immortals in the immortal realm, no one would be so concerned about the mortal world. They would also constantly pay attention to whether someone is ascending. And the array he mentioned is very strange. Chef, in this world, there really is an array that can control the position of one's ascension. There is. Chef nodded affirmatively. The mystic spirit array can temporarily open the realm gate and connect the two realms. But this is an array of the divine race. I don't think immortal spells can reach this level, but it can indeed control the position of the realm gate. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He thought of something and sent a message to Yu Hong to give some instructions. Soon, Yu Hong came in with a list. Elder Lone Moon, this is the list of Earth immortals who ascended from the Bo Sea in the past 10 years. Lone Moon opened the list and looked at the data for the last 5 years. Indeed, the distribution of Earth immortals who ascended from all over the world was very even. There were tens of them in each country every year. Only the country behind East Sui was empty. There was not a single one. It seems that what Yutsong said about no immortals ascending these few years was true. Could it really be because of the plane invasion? He frowned and looked at a certain foodie. Shining, what do you think? Shining, who was suddenly called out, stopped chewing on her fruit and pointed to the list in his hand. I'll start from the front. Ha! What did she mean? He looked down at the beginning of the list and his eyes widened. Holy shit! Chapter 446. The more he read, the more shocked he became. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now that he looked at the list from a few years ago, there were a lot of names behind East Sui. There were more than 100 of them, almost 10 times more than the other countries. Isn't this too exaggerated? Anyone could tell that there was something wrong with this name list. Even if East Sui was some kind of feng shui treasure land, it was impossible for over 100 Earth immortals to ascend in a year, right? Moreover, ascension depended on the cultivator himself. It had nothing to do with the location of the upper realm. Could it be that the array could really snatch the immortals who had ascended to East Sui? Lone Moon could not help but take a closer look at the list in his hands. He paid special attention to the situation of the other countries and found that there was no significant decrease in the number of countries. Then what was going on? Yu Hong, how much do you know about East Sui? He turned to look at the person beside him. Yu Hong thought for a while before saying, this disciple also knows very little about the situation of the various countries in the Bo Sea. I've only heard that this East Sui is situated at the extreme east, and within the borders, there are only some scattered small islands. A few years ago, there were very few immortals living here. But after Yutsang ascended to the throne, these small islands united and built many immortal cities. They are getting better and better, and now their strength is not inferior to the other countries. In recent years, Lone Moon frowned. You're saying that East Sui only started developing recently? It seemed like it really had something to do with that array. Yes. Yu Hong nodded. When the disciples in the sect do business, no, when they complete the sect's missions, they would often head to the various immortal cities in East Sui. The level of prosperity there is not inferior to the other countries. Lone Moon frowned. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. After some thought, he turned to Yi Qing and said, it seems like we really have to go and see for ourselves. Chef, you should recognize that array formation. Follow me to the immortal city to confirm it. But I still have to cultivate. Yi Qing frowned, a little dissatisfied. You call that cultivation? What you're doing is a demolition, okay? Let's get down to business first. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yu Hong. Yu Hong, we'll be leaving for a while. We don't know when we'll be back. I'll leave the sect to you. Yes. Let's go. Lone Moon opened up a spatial tunnel and was about to step into it. Shining immediately waved her hand. Father Nyo, all the best. Lone Moon stopped in his tracks. He turned around and roared, you freaking go too. Ha! Shin Ying's claws dropped. So troublesome. Shut up. With that said, he turned and carried a certain lazy bum into the passageway, pushing Chef, whose mind was filled with thoughts of demolition, in as well. In the blink of an eye, the few of them appeared on a small island. From afar, they could see an immortal city floating in midair. Chef, can you sense that array? Lone Moon asked. There are many array formations in this immortal city, especially the defensive array formations outside the city. It's hard to tell which one is the mystic spirit array from the outside. Chef shook his head, his eyes flashing. Why don't we split it open and see? It was a good chance to practice his sword. Scram! The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. You wastrel. Yutsang didn't tell the truth, I think he's hiding something on purpose. While he's still on his way back, let's go in and check out the situation first. Invincible Heavenly Palace needed 10 days to reach East Sui even if they flew on their swords. They directly tore through the void and naturally rushed ahead of Yutsang. After thinking about it, he conjured another seal and suppressed his cultivation to Golden Immortal. He then turned to the two behind him and instructed, Chef, suppress your cultivation and hide your true appearance. Don't let anyone recognize you. After all, he was the Bo Sea Celestial Emperor. There would be images of the Celestial Emperor everywhere in Bo Sea. And Shining, you too. Forget it. Anyway, no one could see it. Shining. Son of AB*TCH. The few of them prepared for a while before flying on their swords towards the immortal city above. Yu Hong was right. This immortal city of East Sui was indeed very lively. They only entered a small city on the north side of East Sui, but the city was filled with cultivators. It was no worse than those big immortal cities in the past. Lone Moon casually scanned around and found that most of the people in the city were low-level cultivators. Most of them were earth immortals. Mystic immortals and Stygian immortals were few. One couldn't even find one or two in a few streets, much less exalted immortals. Once I Ching entered the city, he sensed the location of that mystic spirit array. He held on to Shining tightly and brought Father Nyo in that direction. The strange thing was that this mystic spirit array wasn't hidden. Instead, it was set up openly on an empty piece of land in the east of the city. There wasn't anyone guarding it. The immortals in the city seemed to know what it was. They didn't care at all. Lone Moon was stunned. Yutsong was snatching people so brazenly. Wasn't he afraid that the other countries would have an opinion? But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. If this array could only change the location where people from the lower realm ascended to, the other countries might really not care much. After all, those who just ascended were all Earth immortals. No matter how much potential they had, it would only be a matter of a few thousand years later. Then what exactly was Yutsong trying to do by setting up such an array in every immortal city? Was it really just to make it convenient for him to search for his relatives? Chef, how is it? Lone Moon looked towards Chef, who was studying the array in detail. I Ching then retracted the god power he used to examine the array. He frowned and said, "There's nothing wrong with the array. There's nothing wrong with the realm gate either. There's also remnant spirit chi here. If I'm not wrong, this array was activated once in the past 3 months." What? Lone Moon was shocked. Didn't you say that no one from East Sui had ascended for 5 years? I'm not sure either. I Ching shook his head. But recently, someone did ascend through this array. Lone Moon was silent for a while. He thought about it and said, "Let's go to the other immortal cities to take a look." Hence, they went to more than 10 immortal cities. In the end, they found that the array in every immortal city was the same. There were no signs of damage. What's more, there were remnants of spirit chi around 2 of the arrays. That meant that someone had ascended. Why would Yutsong tell such a lie that could be easily seen through? He even purposely hid the fact that someone had ascended. Even Yu Hong didn't find out. Could it be just to make them believe that there was a problem with the realm gate? "Can we eat now?" Shining, who had been dragged around for half a day, couldn't help but ask. "There's still 4 hours until dinner time. Father Nyo, why don't we go to the city where the city lord lost his grandson for dinner? There must be a lot of good food there." "Eat you." Lone Moon wanted to retort out of habit, but he faltered. Wait, lost his grandson? He exchanged a look with I Ching beside him. They spoke in unison. Chongqing City. 2 previously, Yutsong had indeed specially mentioned that the nephew of the city lord of Chongqing, the #1 immortal city in East Sui, had failed to ascend. He had even specially invited Chef to investigate. Could it be that the problem was only with the array in Chongqing City? The 2 exchanged a look and immediately headed towards Chongqing City. What was different from other immortal cities was that the mystic spirit array in Chongqing City was not as obvious as in other immortal cities. Instead, it was set up in the city lord's manor. The few of them directly concealed themselves and snuck in. They spent a lot of effort before they found that array. Just as they were about to go closer to take a closer look, I Ching suddenly paused. He looked at the array in front of them with some surprise. What's wrong? Lone Moon also paused. This array. His expression darkened. There's actually death chi attached to it. He waved his hand, and a few wisps of immortal chi gathered over. Indeed, a few wisps of faint black chi floated above the array, but they disappeared in an instant. Holy shit! Lone Moon was also stunned. Death chi attached to the array, didn't that make it a killing array? I Ching directly went forward and placed one hand on the array. He transferred a bit of god power over, but in less than a moment, it was bounced back. It even carried a very domineering aura, but the moment it came into contact with his palm, it dissipated. The realm gate here has indeed been closed. He then stood up, frowned and corrected himself. No, I should say, it's locked. Lone Moon, what? Chapter 447. Didn't you say that the realm gate was fine? Lone Moon couldn't help but ask. The other realm gates of the 3,000 realms are fine indeed. I Ching frowned and said in a low voice, only the small world where the death aura came from seems to be blocked by something and cannot open the realm gate. You mean only that small world's realm gate is locked? Lone Moon's heart sank. Why was this situation more and more like that mushroom world previously? Can you find out where it is? I Ching shook his head. Not here. Lone Moon reacted. Then let's return to the divine realm first. He immediately opened the passage back to the divine realm. The three of them returned to that familiar night sky in an instant. The golden plane tree was right in front of them. Chef took a step forward and placed one hand on the tree trunk. He closed his eyes and began to sense the same aura as in the array formation earlier. Lone Moon thought that he would have to wait for a long time. Unexpectedly, in less than 15 minutes, Chef opened his eyes and pointed high above his head. There. He subconsciously looked up at the top of the plane tree. They were too far away and could not see very clearly. They had to take a few steps back before they saw the small world that Chef was pointing at. That was a golden leaf that was no different from other small worlds. In fact, it looked healthier than other small worlds. He subconsciously used his divine perception to scan that world. He did not sense any aura that did not belong to this plane. It didn't look like there was a problem. Wait. Lone Moon looked closely and saw that there seemed to be a faint layer of white chi surrounding the leaf. His heart sank. He waved his hand and an enlarged plane image appeared in front of them. He looked closely at the surroundings of that small world. There was indeed a layer of white chi. The plane tree was originally shiny gold. In addition, it was too huge. This small world was also at the top of the tree. That was why they did not notice this layer of white chi. Now that they looked at it, that layer of white chi was surrounding the entire small world. It seemed to be isolating something. This was the reason why the plane was locked. What is this? Lone Moon pointed at that layer of white chi. I have never seen it before. But it is indeed blocking the opening of the realm gate. I Ching shook his head. Lone Moon's expression darkened. This white chi looked a little unfamiliar. But surprisingly, it had a familiar aura. But it was not very strong. No matter what it is, since it is blocking the realm gate, let's disperse it first. He directly conjured a seal and was about to cast a spell. Wait a moment. Shining, who was nibbling on a fruit beside him, suddenly grabbed his hand. Don't be so rash, Father Nyo. Lone Moon paused and turned to look at her. You recognize this thing? Shining tilted her head and replied, I guess. What did he mean by calculate? What is that? The power of the rules. She retracted her hand and continued to take a bite of her fruit. It's what you guys call the heavenly Tao. The two of them, what? Lone Moon and I Ching were stunned. What the hell was the heavenly Tao? The realm gate of this small world was sealed by the heavenly Tao. The two of them looked at each other. Ever since they grasped the assistant's ability, they naturally knew what the so-called heavenly axiom was all about. These were all the laws and rules of this dimension. They were like the most intricate program that controlled the entire world and ensured the normal operation of the dimension. Things as big as when the sun rose, which direction the river flowed in, and how spiritual energy was generated, as small as how many bolts of lightning were needed for cultivation, and so on. These were all the rules of the heavenly Tao. Assistants and managers were the people who controlled and managed the rules. What they did was to ensure the stability of the heavenly Tao. If there were any abnormalities in the plane, then the rules would be messed up. If the rules were messed up, then the heavenly Tao would be messed up. It would definitely cause a series of chain reactions that would involve the entire plane. Lone Moon reached out with his divine perception again. This time, he did not explore the small world directly. Instead, he circled around the faint white chi. Indeed, he did not encounter any obstruction. Instead, the white chi seemed to see its kin. It fought to get closer to his divine perception, with some eagerness to lead it into the small world. It was as if it was complaining. The corner of his mouth twitched. He retracted his divine perception. The aura was similar to the assistant's energy in his body. It was also very familiar. He felt it every time he adjusted his cultivation. Shining was right. That was indeed the power of the rules. The heavenly Tao would only feel this kind of closeness to the people who managed and created it. Then the question was, why did the heavenly Tao seal the realm gate of this small world? Lone Moon vaguely felt that it had something to do with that small world. However, the heavenly Tao did not have a consciousness and could not tell him directly. Apart from the realm gate, there are no problems with the other rules. I Ching also checked the small world. Reincarnation and rebirth were not affected. They just could not ascend. The sealing of the realm gate must have something to do with the cultivators of this world. It looks like we have to go there to find out the reason. Lone Moon thought so too. He nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go." After thinking for a while, he instructed, "The realm gate cannot be opened easily for now. We can only break through the void and go together. The rules of this world are already messed up. Be careful." With that said, he looked at a certain person with emphasis. "Especially you. Shining. Meow, meow, meow. It's almost dinner time. Try throwing it again." "Dinner? No problem, Father Nyo." She immediately patted her chest and promised. Why was he even more worried? "You stand in the middle." He pulled her to the side. After thinking for a while, he still felt worried. He took out a Dharma artifact made of white muslin. He first tied Shen Ying's and Chef's hands together several times. Then, he forcefully tied a few dead knots. He turned around and grabbed her other wrist. Only then did he feel relieved. "Let's go." The three of them walked straight in. They only felt their vision go black. They faintly felt that there was something squeezing around them. In an instant, their eyes lit up. In the next moment, they arrived at a bustling place. This seemed to be a market. There were many people around them. Seeing them suddenly appear on the streets, they could not help but surround them. They looked at them with some surprise and curiosity. There was even a hint of excitement in their eyes. Lone Moon was stunned. "Shen." He subconsciously turned to look at Shining. Unexpectedly, he met Chef's confused face. The person who was originally supposed to be standing in the middle was gone. And his right hand, which was still tightly holding onto her just now, was now tightly intertwined with Chef's left hand. There were several circles of white muslin Dharma artifact tied around it. There was even a big thorny butterfly knot on it. I Ching. Lone Moon, what was with this old joke that was not the least bit surprising? He thought of his warning just now, "You can try throwing it again." Let her try. She really did try. "Master." Chef was the first to react. He directly flew on his sword to look for them. "Master." Chef was the first to react. He directly flew on his sword to look for her. Wait. Holy shit. Lone Moon did not have time to react. His entire body was directly dragged into the air like a kite. Do you think you're hanging sausages? Let go of my hand first, hey. S.B. Chapter 448. 100 miles away, in an open space. Shining, a professional lost person, was sitting on a big rock. She supported her head with one hand and looked across at the fat man who had just crawled out of the weeds, covered in sweat and in a sorry state. As if he did not expect to meet someone, the man was instantly stunned. Even his body, which weighed a few 100 kilograms, stiffened. His face, which had already been squeezed into a ball, had an expression of fear and helplessness. He stood there in a daze, motionless, with a withered yellow weed swaying in front of his forehead. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Yo, good afternoon, Shining greeted. Good. The man replied subconsciously. Shining had already turned her eyes away as if she had lost interest. She habitually took out a bag of pastries and started munching on it. The man still did not move. His whole body was tense and his eyes were full of curiosity. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and stared at the other party's sleeve. There was no pattern. Only then did he seem to be relieved. He let out a long sigh. Even his waistline had instantly grown a little, appearing rounder. Thank goodness, she was not pursuing. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. His tense expression eased and his whole body relaxed. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. For a moment, the small open space was only left with his panting and the sound of someone chewing on pastries. The fragrance of pastries wafted around them, causing the man to involuntarily look at the other party's hand. Perhaps his appetite had been aroused. The more he looked at it, the stronger the fragrance seemed to be. It was so captivating that it made his mouth water and he could not move his eyes away. But he was too embarrassed to ask the young lady for it. He could only stare straight at her. Seeing the pastries in her hand decrease piece by piece, he subconsciously swallowed and made a loud gulp. Shining was stunned. She looked over with some curiosity. Instantly, his face turned red and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Shining narrowed her eyes and picked up the last piece of pastry. She reached out and handed it over. Do you want to eat? The man's eyes lit up. He looked straight at the pastry and nodded vigorously. He had been hungry for a few days. He subconsciously reached out to take it. Yes, thank you. Before he could finish, Shining suddenly pulled back her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. She swallowed it in a few mouthfuls, twice as fast as before. She even clapped her hands and said, I don't have any left either. I'm not giving it to you. The man, his entire person was dumbfounded. His outstretched hand was still frozen in the air, and he did not retract it for a long time. A moment later, he realized that the other party was doing it on purpose. A trace of grievance flashed across his basin-like face, but he wasn't angry. After all, it was someone else's thing, and he misunderstood. He weakly retracted his fat hand and rubbed it with some embarrassment. A moment later, as if he had rested enough, he looked up at Shining and asked, Miss, aren't you a cultivator? Cultivators did not need to eat. Shining, who was munching on another fruit, tilted her head. No. Oh. His expression seemed to relax even more, and he squeezed out a simple and honest smile. Thinking of something, he could not help but remind her, this forest has always been haunted by demon beasts. Miss has no cultivation and is alone. It's better not to stay here. Leave as soon as possible. It's fine. Shining shook her head nonchalantly. I'll wait for someone to pick it up. What did she mean by waiting for someone to pick it up? The man was stunned. Seeing that she had no intention of getting up, he could only climb up and plan to leave. He had just taken 2 steps when he was worried again. He turned back and spoke again. Miss, why don't you leave with me? There are not only demon beasts in this forest, but also divine imperial sect disciples patrolling. If they find you, they will not let you off. Divine imperial sect disciples? Shining tilted her head. Yes, this is the sacred nether forest, the forbidden land of divine imperial sect. No one is allowed to enter. Oh. You have to believe me. The ordinary disciples patrolling here are all golden core cultivators and above. Seeing you here, they will not listen to your explanation. The divine imperial sect disciples you are talking about, are they the ones who wear white clothes and have a few circles drawn on their sleeves? Those are not circles. The man corrected her. Those are the sacred fire auspicious patterns. Oh. Shining suddenly raised her finger and pointed to the right. Like those 2. The man was stunned. He turned back abruptly and saw that in the distant sky, 2 black dots were flying towards them. His face paled instantly. His eyes slowly filled with fear. He directly reached out and pulled Shining down from the rock. Hide quickly. He pulled her and turned to hide behind the rock. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a flower shower. His whole body trembled. After a while, he stood up again. As if he knew that a mere small rock could not block the sight of those 2, much less the detection of the cultivator's sorcery. His expression became even more panicked. What do we do? What do we do? We've been discovered so quickly. They will definitely see us. Looking around, he realized that there was a large stone wall behind him. In front of him, there were retreating soldiers. There was no way to retreat. Seeing that the 2 people were getting closer and closer, he punched the stone wall weakly. Why is there not even a place to hide? Hide. Shining glanced at Fatty, who was like a moving meatball. She looked at the stone wall and narrowed her eyes. Then, she raised her head and imitated Fatty's method of punching just now. She lightly patted the stone wall. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The entire stone wall caved in instantly. A crack extended downwards. Even the ground split open. Like an earthquake, heaven and earth shook. A crack that was more than 2 meters wide appeared at their feet. It looked as if it was going to tear the entire forest apart as it extended forward. The man, what was going on? Ah, I found a cave. Shining pointed at the entrance of the cave and exclaimed seriously. Are you sure you found it? You were the one who smashed it, all right. You can hide now. Hide. Shining dived into the cave. With such a huge commotion, was there any use in hiding now? The man wanted to cry. He looked back at the 2 figures who seemed to have stopped in midair. Gritting his teeth, he turned and followed her into the cave. Then, he was stuck. A circle of rubble at the entrance of the cave was stuck in his stomach. His upper body went in, but his lower body could not move. He kicked hard but could not squeeze in. He could only reach out to the person inside. Miss, help me. Oh. Shining turned back to glance at him. She reached out and grabbed his wrist, tugging lightly. There was another rumbling sound. They were pulled in. The entrance of the cave collapsed. Rubble fell down and blocked the entrance. The man only realized that the inside of the stone wall was actually empty. It was very wide. Thinking of what happened just now, he looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Didn't she say she was not a cultivator? Just as he was about to speak, there was a piercing sound from outside. His body trembled. The fear in his eyes intensified. He did not dare to move. He even wanted to stop breathing. Indeed, in the next moment, there was the sound of landing and two unfamiliar male voices. "Senior apprentice brother, can you track his aura?" "No. My detection technique suddenly stopped working. I don't know where he is hiding." "That's strange. We were looking all the way here. How did he disappear? Could it be related to that strange earthquake just now?" "It's possible. Let's continue to look around." The sound of two flying swords came from outside. Shining turned to look at Fatty. He hurriedly made a shushing gesture, telling her not to make a sound. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, the two male voices sounded again. Could it be that he really is not hiding nearby? A person without a cultivation base would at most be able to reach this place with his speed. "Senior apprentice brother, just in case, let's go back the way we came. He might not have run here yet." You're right. Let's go." The two of them left again. But Fatty still did not dare to move. He listened nervously to the movements outside. This time, after more than 10 minutes, the two men's voices sounded again. They cursed in exasperation. "Damn it. I can't believe we really let him get away. What should we do? Now that he's gone, Uncle Master you, there's no way he can run away by himself. Someone must have helped him. Let's go back and report to Sect Master first." With that, the two of them really left. Fatty froze for a whole half an hour before he exhaled. He looked as if he had gone through a huge battle. He sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Shining glanced at him before continuing to nibble on her fruit. "Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha" sounds were especially loud in this cave. They should have left. Fatty panted for a long time before he finally sat up. He gave her a grateful smile, but the flesh on his face trembled. "If it wasn't for you, we really would have been caught." "Oh. It might be a little difficult to catch them. It was easier to throw them away." He looked around and continued. "They might still be guarding outside. We can't go out the way we came. This cave is so big. There must be other exits. Why don't we look for them?" Shining had no objections. Fatty then got up and said cheerfully, "Oh yes, my name is Huizhe. How should I address you, Miss?" "Shining." "So it's Miss Shin." He cupped his fists politely. His eyes were faintly shining. He hesitated for a moment before sighing. "Miss Shin, you were born with divine strength." Shining stopped in her tracks. She turned back to look at him. Her eyes narrowed. "That's not called divine strength." "Then I'm called God." Chapter 449. Huizhe felt that this girl called Shining might be a little crazy. How could there be someone who called herself a god? But he was still relieved that she was willing to leave with him to find the exit. After all, the sacred nether forest was indeed too dangerous. Though he didn't know why she would appear here, but she had no cultivation and was a girl. Even if she was born with godly strength, she probably wouldn't be able to escape from the jaws of high-level demon beasts. He seemed to have thought of something. He reached into his robes and took out a pearl the size of a fist. He shook it hard, and a moment later, the pearl emitted a white light, illuminating the originally dark cave. He thought for a moment, then directly stuffed the pearl into Shin Ying's hands. "Miss Shin, please help me take this." "Oh." Shining took it. But he started to dig into his pocket again, maybe because he was too fat, his whole body squatted down, but after a long while, he still couldn't take out anything. He could only pull out his hand, like hugging a watermelon. He hugged his round belly with both hands and lifted it up, then stomped his feet and bounced on the spot. With a clatter, items fell out from under his belly one after another, instantly piling up on the ground. Dharma artifacts, talismans, spirit stones, there was everything. Shining. Is there a heaven and earth bag hidden under your belly? Found it. Huizhe picked up a crumpled piece of paper by his feet in surprise and carefully opened it. It looked like a map, on it were crooked lines that he couldn't quite understand. He held the map and looked at it for a long time, then made some calculations with his fingers and mumbled to himself, the expression on his face becoming more and more joyful. He was right, as long as they could avoid the defense outside the forest, he could really get out. Miss Shen, the place we are at now is not far from the border of the sacred nether forest. If I'm not wrong, this cave should go through the entire stone mountain. The exit leads directly out of the forest. Shen Ying's expression didn't change, she still nodded indifferently and replied, "Oh." But Huizhe continued happily, "Though this cave is big, the terrain doesn't look very complicated, it should be easy to find the exit." "Oh, then let's go." Shining turned and walked straight ahead. Huizhe hurriedly picked up the things on the ground. With Shining around, he was too embarrassed to stuff them back into his stomach, so he could only carry them in his arms and quickly follow up. He had just calculated the distance. They were not at the edge of the cave. No matter how complicated the cave was, they would be able to find the exit in an hour at most. Of course, that was under the condition that there were no accidents. 2 hours later. "Miss, I think we've just been here." "Oh, then let's go left. We've already walked there 6 times. What about the right side?" "I walked to the right side 9 times. What about the back?" "The back is blocked, and that's where we came from." "Air." Shining stiffened. After a while, she turned around and patted her teammate's shoulder. "Fatty Hui. I think it's pretty cool here. How about, we wait here for someone to pick it up?" "Huizhe, you just don't know the way, right? And what the hell was Fatty Hui? You are the one who will be fat, your whole family will be fat." "Miss Shin." Huizhe heaved a long sigh helplessly. "Why don't we trade? You return the bead that illuminates the light to me first, and I'll lead the way." "Oh. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shining glanced at Huizhe, who was carrying a huge pile of items. She reached out and placed the only bead that illuminated the light on top of the pile of items. In order to prevent it from falling, she even used the talisman on top to press it down. Then, she decisively retreated behind him. "Done." Huizhe, who was waiting for her to help pick up the items, were all the girls in the world like this? He was stunned. After a while, he resigned himself to his fate and walked forward. He struggled to identify the direction through the seams of the items. The two of them walked in the cave for another 15 minutes or so. Finally, a white light appeared in front of them. There was even a faint scent of fresh air. "It's the exit." Huizhe was delighted. He quickened his pace and walked in that direction. After a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. He turned around and put down the items in his arms. He grabbed a handful of talismans and stuffed them into Shen Ying's hands. "Once we get out of the cave, we'll be at the border of the sacred nether forest. There will definitely be cultivators guarding there. Quick! Stick the talismans on so that they won't find us." As he spoke, he grabbed a few talismans and stuck them on his body as if they were free. He stuck dozens of them on in a row. He was almost sticking himself like a telephone pole. Seeing that Shining didn't move, he urged again. "Stick them on quickly. If they find us, we won't be able to escape." Shining glanced at the paper in her hand. The paper was crooked and unique. So ugly. She really couldn't stick them on. "I don't need them." She really didn't need them. "Don't look down on these. They're very useful. I relied on these to run. He stopped mid-sentence and continued to urge her. Really, I won't harm you. As long as we have these, they. Where are you going? Wait, Miss Shen. Seeing that Shining was already walking towards the cave entrance, Huizhe panicked. He picked up the items on the ground. Not caring if they fell or not, he jogged after her. Miss Shen, don't. Before he could finish, she had already walked out of the cave entrance. In the next moment, two white figures suddenly descended from the sky. They were surrounded by thick spirit qi and blocked in front of the two. Huizhe was shocked. They had indeed caught up. He wanted to pull Shining away, but it was too late. In a moment of desperation, he stumbled and fell forward. He was about to fall head-first into the cave. But Shining suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the collar. She pulled him back. Don't worry. As if she knew what he was worried about, Shining said casually. The people who picked me up are here. Picked? Huizhe was stunned. He looked down at the sleeves of the two people in front of him. He didn't find any familiar patterns. Weren't they? Hey, Father Nyo, chef. Shining walked out and waved a hand in greeting. Hey, your sister. Lone Moon glared at her angrily. He resisted the urge to beat her up. He turned and scanned Fatty from head to toe. His already dark face became even uglier. Who is this ball covered in broken paper? And where did you pick it up from? I picked it up from the cave. Shining answered. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He directly retorted. Can't you freaking have some self-awareness? It's only been a few hours since you lost it. Don't randomly pick up random things, alright? In the end, he was the one who raised it. Huizhe, who was full of nonsense, master. I Ching ignored the angry Father Nyo. He stepped forward and held Shinying's hand. He looked at it carefully. Are you alright? I'm fine. Shining shook her head. After some thought, she added, I just didn't eat dinner. I'll make it right away. I Ching immediately turned and conjured an earth element spell. He instantly set up a stove. Then, he took out pots and pans, oil, salt and vinegar, as well as all kinds of fruits, vegetables and meat from his storage bag. He summoned a ball of fire. He waved the spatula and started to cook smoothly. Huizhe, what? What was going on? Weren't they supposed to hurry and escape? Why did they suddenly start cooking? The scene changed too quickly. He couldn't react at all. He looked up at the other person. Are the two of you Miss Shen's friends? No. Lone Moon retorted directly. His expression darkened. I'm a creditor. Children were all debt collectors. Ha! I'll settle the score with you later. Lone Moon ignored Fatty and turned to glare at Shining. Out of habit, he took out tables, chairs, bowls, chopsticks and other items and placed them at the entrance of the cave. He even conjured an earth elemental dharma spell to fill in the space. What kind of people were these? Miss Shen. He could only look at Shining with a face full of questions. But he saw that she had already moved to Chef's side and started asking in a low voice. Chef, on the way here, did you pick up those little animals? Don't worry, Master. It's all right. Not a single one was missed. With that said, he even patted the storage bag beside him. Good chef. Then roast a big one. Yes, Master. No problem, Master. Hui Peng, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Huizhe. My name is Huizhe. Lone Moon, shit. So those demon beasts along the way were hunted by her. He was wondering why Chef insisted on going down to pick them up. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.